government would be trying to send bodies to their dispatch them to their respective places so that their last rites can be performed on the ground. It was not just going to be some knee-jerk reaction or just the one operation. We think, believe that the response would be much harsher, and which will, this attack is going to redefine security and larger geostrategic relations in Jammu, in this region.
Right, Nazir, we will keep coming back to you. Of course, Rahul Gandhi has said that the families of the victims deserve justice and our full cooperation. Let's listen into the families recounting the horror that unfolded right in front of their eyes when their family members were shot on the basis of their gender and their religion.
जैसे यहाँ पहुँचे हैं तो माहौल देखा कि इस हिसाब से काफ़ी डिस्टर्ब हो गया, तो फिर फैमिली के साथ थे तो हम यहाँ पे नाइट स्टे किया, तो अब सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग निकल जाएंगे। अब आगे का माहौल पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
जो मेरे देवर हैं उनको गोली लगी हुई है और बाकी लेडीज सेफ हैं ऐसा आया है न्यूज़ में, मगर एक्चुअली मेरा उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है, इसलिए मैं कुछ अभी बता नहीं पा रही हूँ।
करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे, तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें सोनमर्ग और गुलमर्ग वगैरह यहाँ सब घूमने गए थे। आज ये पहलगाम में थे, तो वहाँ पर शुभम भैया उनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, तो वो और उनकी वाइफ घुड़सवारी करते हुए गए हुए थे ऊपर। वहाँ पर जानकारी हम लोग को ऐसे हुई कि भाभी ने फ़ोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहाँ पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
Well, in the view of the brutal terrorist attack in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Modi cut short his 2-day Saudi Arabia visit. He landed back early this morning in Delhi. In fact, held a meeting right at the airport itself, Radhika.
That's right. He held meetings at the airport. In fact, in strong words, Prime Minister condemned the terrorist attack and said the government's resolve is to fight terrorism is unshakable and it will get even stronger. Their evil agenda will never succeed is what he has said. Let's go straight across to Aishwarya, who's joining us from Delhi. Aishwarya, Amit Shah held a meeting yesterday. Now Prime Minister Modi is back. He's cut short his trip. He held meetings just now at the airport, and Cabinet Committee on Security are to be held. Government, of course, will be discussing on steps to ensure perpetrators are brought to justice. So take us through what can be expected in the next few hours and actions that will be taken in response to the attack.
Well, immediately after the arrival, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary at the Palam Technical Airport itself. And now Prime Minister has reached at 7 Lok Kalyan Mark, which is Prime Minister's official residence where we are reporting from. And at around 11 a.m. or so, we have been told that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is going to happen as far as the Rai Sena ministers are concerned, and all the 3 Army, Navy and Air Force chief, they would be there in this meeting as well. Prime Minister has already been briefed about the entire situation, and further strategic meetings will take place from here on. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday, after briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi, got instructions to go to Srinagar immediately, and he left yesterday at around 6:40 and on arrival at Srinagar airport, he was received by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah, and later at Raj Bhavan we saw long hours of meeting took place, and there was strategies which were decided as far as anti-terror operations are concerned. The search operations that went till late last night and today morning as well. 2 NIA teams have been deployed from Delhi and Jammu as well, and also a forensic team to collect the evidences from the spot had already been dispatched from Delhi as well. But the priority of the Home Ministry is certainly to give relief to those who had been injured, provide as much as medical aid to the injured ones, and if there is a need to airlift any of the injured from the Pahalgam region, the Home Ministry is making all sort of efforts. We have been told also multiple deployment of paramilitary forces, the army jawans in that particular region to have a deep down search operation in the entire area, because till now we've been told that the terrorists have not been found. Of course, the government, who had a policy of zero tolerance against terrorism, the Home Ministry, going with that aim, will not let any stone unturned, and will try to neutralize the terrorists. They had been saying that the perpetrators will not be left, and they would be brought to the justice, as being told. But amid of that, we have seen from amongst the world leaders and amongst the political leaders beyond the party lines have gone ahead and supported the government in that region. We've been told that yesterday it was the Congress president and the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, also held talks with Home Minister Amit Shah, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, and told them that they are in full support, and whatever assistance the government of India needs to have in place as far as the security measures are concerned, they are together with the government at this point of time. So certainly, all sort of efforts are being made, but all eyes would be at the Prime Minister's office, where we are reporting from. We've been told at 11 a.m. or so, there would be a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that will take place. 10:50 a.m. is the time when External Affairs Ministers and other key ministers who are the part of the CCS would be arriving at Prime Minister's residence.
Right, Aishwarya, of course, high-level meeting taking place in regard, straight away as he landed, he, of course, held a meeting right at the airport, a cabinet meeting coming up as well. Of course, the Home Minister going to be taking stock of the situation with the Chief Minister of J&K. He will be visiting the area. But when was the last time that we saw a terrorist attack take place in a touristy area? We're talking about Pahalgam, and we've seen attacks that have increased in the Jammu region, something that we hadn't seen earlier, but we saw a number of attacks in 2024, and now we're seeing even a touristy area being attacked. What kind of lessons can be learned, and if this really highlights the security situation and the lapses perhaps that we are now facing and the challenges that we're facing in J&K?
Well, I remember the last time we were covering the Home Minister's visit to Jammu and Kashmir. It was a 3-day visit, and the special focus of Home Minister was in the Jammu region, where terrorist activities have increased drastically. And it was Home Minister Amit Shah, while chairing that high-level security meeting, he clearly stated that the government's vision is that the terrorism should be eliminated from the entire region of Jammu and Kashmir, and therefore the reason perhaps the data was also released by the Home Ministry during that time, that how the infrastructural development has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370. The employment rate have increased, the tourism activities have increased, and it was a record high that tourism was at peak this time in Jammu and Kashmir. But Pahalgam being the one of the most important tourist destination, and it was completely terror-free zone. Never in the past, such a terrorist attack was incurred on the tourist itself. So this is a setback for Prime Minister vision of Naya Kashmir as far as the hit on the tourists, specifically in this particular region. So the government now and with the efforts of the Home Ministry and the local administration over there in Jammu and Kashmir will try to bring back peace and normalcy in the region, in the valley as soon as possible, so that again the economy can take shape and the path of development that Jammu Kashmir was going forward to, that can again be stabilized.
All right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for bringing us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as those key meetings happen in the national capital. In fact, 5 tourists from Maharashtra and 1 from Karnataka were among those killed in Pahalgam. Divya, in fact, a realtor from Shivamoga district in Karnataka was allegedly shot dead in front of his wife and son.
That's right, Radhika. The most shocking incident, sending, a message of terror when a family member is being shot in front of your own eyes based on gender and religion. Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis have condemned the attack. The states have echoed strictest punishment to the perpetrators.
That's right. Let's go straight across to Uma. Uma, can you take us through the casualty figure as far as Telangana, Andhra are concerned? How many people have lost their lives or how many have been injured in the incident from these two places? And also, what is the kind of communication state government is having with the center in terms of repatriation or in terms of bringing the injured back and bringing some of the stranded tourists back? Take us through the details as far as both Andhra and Telangana are concerned.
As of now, we do not know of any casualties of people who belong to Andhra Pradesh or to Telangana. But yes, there was an officer who was working here in the ministerial section of the IB, Manish Ranjan, and he, along with his wife and two children, was holidaying. He was on LTC, he was holidaying. So obviously the terrorists had no idea of knowing that he's an officer belonging to the Intelligence Bureau. He was there as a tourist along with his family members, and he has been posted here for the last 2 years is what we understand, and he is in fact from Sasaram in Bihar, and what we understand is that the mortal remains would be brought to his home town in Sasaram, Bihar only, and the shock that has come through for all the colleagues and family members here, some of the intelligence officers telling us that two things about it, that it is not as some social media handles are trying to portray, saying that this could have been an attack on some kind of an intelligence officers. They are pointing out that he was only on holiday and nobody knew about where he was posted or where he was working, and it just happened that he happened to be one of the tourists who was attacked, and in front of his wife and two young children, he was shot dead. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. Let's also go across to our colleague Deepak, who is joining us. Deepak, take us through the people from Karnataka who have been impacted by this attack, because this attack was on people from different corners of the country. We're talking about 26 people, mostly tourists. Take us through the people in Karnataka who've been impacted by this attack. We do know Siddaramaiah has sent some officials to Jammu and Kashmir in order to assist in the situation.
Yes, what an unfortunate incident, and right now we are getting this official confirmation that 2 people from Karnataka have lost their lives. That number could go up because there are a couple of more who are injured is what I'm learning. The 2 people, one of them is from Shimoga, he's 47 years old, he's a realtor named Manjunath. He was traveling with his wife and his child, and he was shot dead. And apart from that, the other is a 41-year-old techie from Bengaluru. I'm right now in Bengaluru's Mattikere. I'm just going to show you this particular road where the residence of Bharat Bhushan is. He was managing a family-run business. He was as well touring Kashmir. You can see the police have now barricaded the area. His residence just across this stretch of the road that I'm standing in. The police right now have requested that the family be given some space, and right now, of course, it is a very, very difficult time, not just for the family of Bharat Bhushan, for the family of anybody who have their relatives in Kashmir. There is, of course, fear, there's anxiety, and for, of course, the people who've lost their loved ones, it is absolute distress. Right now, as far as the Karnataka government is concerned, Minister Santosh Lad is right now there overseeing any sort of arrangements that needs to be done to bring back those who've lost their lives, and also to ensure that medical attention is given to those who are injured and they can be brought back to Karnataka as soon as possible. We've been told that the flight to Bengaluru bringing the mortal remains of Bharat Bhushan, where Bharat Bhushan, the techie, where I'm right now standing it, his mortal remains, of course, will be brought in at about 3 this afternoon. At about 6, we are expecting the mortal remains of Manjunath to be brought in to Shimoga. So, in terms of arrangements, a lot needs to be done. We're also told that Tejasvi Surya Shah, who was already in Kashmir for some other work, has been asked by the BJP state leadership to coordinate efforts as well with the state government representatives. So as far as the Karnataka government is concerned, they are trying to do their bit in ensuring that they can help as many stranded tourists there as possible. But definitely distressing the news that has come in, and it has left the entire country in a state of shock.
Absolutely, Deepak. As far as these families are concerned, we know for a fact that there is some sort of coordination happening, but also arrangements have been put in place. If you can explain to us what arrangements have been put in place in terms of repatriation, and are family really receiving constant updates or communication from the authorities, perhaps regarding the investigation, compensation, and when they could perhaps receive the mortal remains. So is there any sort of communication between state government and centre happening at this point?
Well, as far as for the people, anybody who's stranded, the state government has already put out helpline numbers. Of course, there's a central helpline number too. So these two helpline numbers will be where tourists or the family members will have to reach out, give information if they're not able to, of course, connect with their family members who are right now stranded. Apart from that, like I mentioned, the Minister for Labour, Mr. Santosh Lad, has already taken a special flight. He's in Kashmir overseeing arrangements there. First priority, of course, is to ensure that anybody who's injured gets good treatment. If they're stranded, to make sure that they have any sort of facilities that are made to ensure that they're safe return, and also make arrangements to ensure that the deceased or the mortal remains of the deceased, of course, is brought back very soon, so that the family get to pay their respects. And as we speak right now, the police have made ample arrangements outside the residence of Bharat Bhushan here at his residence in Bengaluru. 3 p.m. is when we are expecting the mortal remains to reach here. Efforts are on to coordinate with central agencies as well from the state government. As of now, we are also, as far as development in Bengaluru is concerned, the AICC president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, he is here in the city at about 12 this afternoon. He's expected to address a press conference where he's expected to speak on the terror attack, of course, that has now shocked the entire country, and he's condemned it. He has said that this is a time to stand united, and we'll really have to see what more he'll have to say when that press conference happens later in Bengaluru here.
Right, of course, Deepak, we do know that this attack that's taken place that has claimed 2 lives. These are people that you mentioned, Manjunath Rao, a resident of Shivamogga, and Bharat Bhushan, a resident of Bengaluru. Get us an update on the family members, because we do know that their wives and their sons were also with them at the time of the attack that took place.
Well, what I'm learning is some distressing news, especially in the case of Manjunath. I've been told that he was making his way to get something to eat for his son. That is when the terrorists shot him dead. At that point in time, the wife has shouted for help. But it was for no avail, and some of them even recalled that they heard gunfire. They thought it was some training that was going on there. Only then did they realize, when the terrorists came close to them, that there was actually activity that was happening there, and people were being shot at. And they were traveling after their son's PUC exams, and he had done well. It was a moment of celebration for Manjunath's family, but unfortunately now it's a moment of tragedy for them. As far as Bharat Bhushan is concerned, he too was traveling along with his wife and child. Right now he has been killed. Both of them were traveling to just witness Kashmir, the beauty of Kashmir. But here, this was, of course, the main target of the terrorists, to ensure that there is fear that is set in the minds of the people. But many of the family members who've been speaking out, they're saying that this is not going to really affect their spirits, and this is just going to make Indians stronger, stand united in this time of grief. And it is the most cowardly act to really go ahead and target innocent civilians who are there to just spend some quality time with their family in an integral part of their country.
All right, thank you, Deepak, for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you. A tragic incident, certainly. Of course, the entire world is condemning this horrific attacks on tourists in Kashmir. In fact, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a 26-year-old Indian Navy officer from Karnal, Haryana, was tragically killed in this terrorist attack in Pahalgam. In fact, Narwal had recently been married and was on leave, Divya.
Right, Radhika, he had just gotten married 5 days ago. He was on leave, enjoying that short vacation in Kashmir. The defense officials confirmed that the 26-year-old officer who was posted in Kochi had traveled to Kashmir for that vacation after he got married on the 16th of April. His reception was held on the 19th of April. My colleague Gurpreet spoke with the family members during this difficult time. Let's listen in.
26-year-old Navy officer who has already lost his life in this terror attack. Right now we are standing at his residence. We have our grandfather of Vinay with us. We will talk to him. तो सर आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आई, क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ जो मैन थे उनको टारगेट किया गया, वहाँ पे उनको ही मारा गया?
ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जो क्लिप चल रही थी उसमें ज़रूर पता लग गया कि उन्होंने मजहब को पूछ के गोलियां चलाई है, सिर में उसके गोली मारी है, जबकि वो खाना खा रहे थे उस टाइम। ठीक है, तो इन्फॉर्मेशन में सिर्फ इतना ही बताया गया भाई उसको अटैक हुआ है, उसमें गोली लग गई है, इससे फालतू और कोई पता नहीं लगा हमें।
16 तारीख को शादी होती है, 19 को रिसेप्शन होती है, उसके बाद वो शॉर्ट टर्म हनीमून टूर पे जाते हैं दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ, तो उसके बाद ये इंसिडेंट होता है। तो विनय करनाल में रहते थे, पास में गांव था, कहाँ से पढ़े हैं यहाँ पे, कब नेवी में ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने?
वो जब 3.5 साल के थे, हम गांव से करनाल आ गए थे, 8 सेक्टर में रहते थे और 8 सेक्टर में ही स्कूल है, उसमें वो पढ़ते थे। यहाँ से मैट्रिक की उसने, 10+2 उसने दिल्ली से किया, उसके बाद वो 10+2 के बाद बीटेक की है SRM अपना राजीव गांधी जो सोनीपत है वहाँ से। उसके बाद वो नेवी के अंदर डायरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हुए थे SSB से, SSB का एग्ज़ाम होता है उससे सेलेक्ट हो गए, सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट नेवी के अंदर गए थे। अभी 1-1.5 साल पहले उसकी प्रमोशन हुई थी, लेफ्टिनेंट बन गए थे।
विनय हमेशा ही देश की सेवा करना चाहते थे क्या, उस शुरू से ही, क्योंकि पिता भी कह रहे कि एक जॉब करते थे क्या?
शुरू से ही उसके मन में थी, ये भावना थी कि मैं देश की सेवा करूं। और जब भी वो मिलिट्री गाड़ियां वगैरह बचपन में देखता था तो वो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा सवाल करता था, ये कैसे है क्या है, तो बल्कि मैं उसको गुस्सा होता था कि मैं खुद BSF के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ, मुझे पता है बॉर्डर की नौकरी कितनी टफ़ है। मैं उसके बाद हरियाणा पुलिस में रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको सोचूं था कि ये इस तरफ ना जाए, क्यों वहाँ तो बहुत टफ़ काम है। लेकिन उसका मन ही ऐसा था कि उसने 10+2 करते करते भी उसने एग्ज़ाम CDS वगैरह के भी देता रहा। लेकिन
क्योंकि ये भी टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ है, हमें विनय भी देश की रक्षा करने में लगे, तो क्या कल कोई ऐसी बात आई, उन्होंने रजिस्ट किया, कोशिश की वहाँ पे, क्या एकदम से अटैक हो गया, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन?
उस चीज़ के बारे में तो कोई मैंने देखा नहीं है कैसे क्या हुआ, तो वो तो बैठे थे खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे हमें पता लग गया है। उसके बाद उन्होंने मतलब वहाँ गोलियाँ चली हैं, पूछ के सिर में गोली लगाई है, मारी है उसको।
क्या मांग करते हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये, क्योंकि विनय एक बहन थी और विनय,
हम तो क्या मांग करेंगे, मांग तो जो गवर्नमेंट करेगी वो करेगी, जो कुछ उनका तो कुछ बन नहीं सकता। जो टेररिस्ट ने गोली चलाई है उसका तो वो तो चला गया, शहीद हो गया, सोच ले। तो हम तो कुछ नहीं मांग करते।
तो विनय के फादर मदर वहाँ गए हैं, कौन कौन गया वहाँ?
विनय के पिताजी हैं और उनकी बेटी है, साथ में गए हैं, और उसके ससुर विनय के और सास वो गई हुई हैं श्रीनगर।
तो विनय और विनय की बहन थे, 2 ही बच्चे थे?
2 ही बच्चे हैं, बड़ा विनय था, छोटी लड़की थी जिसका नाम सृष्टि है।
दादा होने नाते पे, क्योंकि हमेशा आपने उसे बचपन में देखा होगा, देश की सेवा कर रहा था, लेकिन इस समय हम अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा लॉस हो गया, तो क्या क्या मांग क्या करते हैं कि क्योंकि जो बच्चा आपने पाला पोसा इतना बड़ा
तो क्या हमने कोई कुछ मांग किस चीज़ की करेंगे जी? हम जो हमारे पास था वही चले गया, और क्या हमारे पास पहले बतेरा कुछ है, वही कोई बरतने वाला नहीं रहा, और क्या आ गया? जिसके लिए हम कमा रहे थे हमारा तो वो ही नहीं रहा। अभी तो ज़मीन भी है मेरे पास, घर भी है ये है, तो हमारे पास है क्या?
जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं कि
हाँ, जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं, न्याय मिले हमें कुछ न कुछ। ठीक है।
Well, Gurpreet, thank you for getting us details, and of course the family reliving that horror of losing that 26-year-old. Let's just also get you the latest in regard to the Prime Minister, who's likely to hold a cabinet meeting on the situation as far as the terror attack in Pahalgam is concerned, Radhika, and that is coming up, perhaps in an hour or two from now.
That's right. This after Prime Minister Modi held a meeting at the airport upon his arrival from Saudi Arabia with Ajit Doval as well as Jaishankar. Remember, Prime Minister Modi cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia after he learnt of these ghastly attacks. In fact, worst terror attack on tourists, which has elicited a wave of condemnation, and of course a strong response is what is being awaited. Let's go straight across to Shreya, who's joining us from the national capital. Shreya, take us through the priority now as far as the government is concerned. We know that a slew of meetings are going to take place in the next few hours, and we believe that government is taking all possible measures in terms of support for the victims and those who lost their loved ones.
Well, of course, the dream of Naya Kashmir lie wounded after the brutal terrorist attack that claimed the lives of at least 27 people. And now the country demands answer and questions, answers to a lot of questions, and they demand action. This morning itself, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, holding a meeting from the Pahalgam airport itself with Mr. Jaishankar and other foreign secretary and other top officials. Last night we saw Home Minister Amit Shah traveling to Jammu and Kashmir and conducting a security meeting there. We are getting visuals of security tightening up in Pahalgam with search operations being underway. And of course, in some time now, we will see, Mr. Amit Shah will be paying homage to the departed souls. And it's an unprecedented attack that we are seeing. And in a short while from now, at around 10:50, we will see a cabinet committee on security meeting that will be conducted, will be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And we are right now outside three-time MP of Jammu and Kashmir, Jitendra Singh's residence. He will also be leaving for this Jinta meeting, and they will be planning the future plan of action, the agenda that needs to be taken into account after this brutal terrorist attack. And remember that that the intelligence sources have revealed that 4 terrorists, 2 Kashmiri and 2 Pakistani, wearing body cameras, executed this massacre. And it is the Resistance Front, a proxy of Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Taiba, backed by the ISI and Pakistan Army, that claimed responsibility for this attack. So there are a lot of questions. It's time for mourning, and especially right ahead of the Amarnath Yatra, the Amarnath pilgrim that takes place in Pahalgam. This is a huge blow, and only time will say as to how the government is planning to restore confidence in Kashmir's tourism sector particularly, and what will be the next plan of action. For that, we will have to wait and watch for the meeting, the high-level meeting, which will be taking place at around 10:30, and several top ministers will be present in that meeting, including Mr. Jitendra Singh, and we will try and question Mr. Singh regarding this meeting before he leaves for the PM's residence. And right now, only time will tell as to what action the government is planning to take in response to this brutal terrorist attack in Pahalgam in Kashmir.
Right.
Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us those details. And of course, many questioning the timing of this attack that coincides with the visit of US Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been here in India since the 21st. Now, he also has extended his condolences to the victims of Pahalgam while talking about the country's beauty and its people.
That's right, Divya. He said, and I quote, Usha, and I extend our condolences to the victims of the devastating terrorist attack in Pahalgam, India. Over the past few days, we've been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack. In fact, J.D. Vance will be heading to Agra today to see the Taj Mahal. Post that, he will be returning to Jaipur. In fact, we're joined by Tanushka from Agra. Tanushka, as far as these ghastly attacks are concerned, international community has responded to it. There are statements from foreign governments as well as international organizations. Trump has reacted. J.D. Vance, who is in the country at the moment, has reacted. So world is certainly standing by Kashmir, but timing certainly being questioned as J.D. Vance is in the country, and that is when these horrific attacks took place.
Precisely, Radhika, to keep in mind this fact that US at this point, not just this visit with US Vice President J.D. Vance being in India, this is his first official visit, and he's been on this diplomatic tour for around 4 days now. Today is his third day, and he will be touching down upon Agra any moment at this point. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath has gone to the Agra airport to receive him. And this time is, of course, difficult. And both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance have expressed their condolences and shown their very strong solidarity and support with the country. So this also shows, strengthened ties between India and the U.S. The Vice President had come here to talk more about the bilateral trade agreement deals. We do know that terms of reference have been formulated after talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that India and US are looking forward to strengthen their trade ties as well. But with this attack and the support that is coming at this point from both Vice President J.D. Vance and President Trump, we do understand that the United States also stands united with India in these difficult times. Back to you.
Right, of course, Tanushka, well, it is the world uniting in its tributes and condolences after that attack that's taken place in Pahalgam. We're talking about the United States, whether it's the White House saying that the United States is standing behind India. So is Europe. That is what Ursula von der Leyen has gone on to say. While it was Israel, one of the first countries to condemn the attacks, and also it's Vladimir Putin who's really written a very long message while talking about increasing its cooperation with India when it comes to fighting terrorism, saying that, this sort of brutal crime has just about no justification. Radhika.
That's right. In fact, let's listen into what the statement was made by the White House.
The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost. And our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally, India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission.
Let's go straight across to Vishal on this. Vishal, international community responding there to the incident. We just heard White House. We saw the tweets and all the social media responses from heads of various governments as well. Trump has reacted, J.D. Vance, of course, reacting, Australia and several countries in Europe also reacting and standing by India, standing by Kashmir at this point. But give us a sense of the reactions and responses that have come in globally for India.
Well, this attack has sent shockwaves across the globe. And one of the first responders to this attack was U.S. President Donald Trump, who extended his support and said that he's standing with Prime Minister Modi and all of the people of India who have been shocked by this dastardly attack that killed at least 24 people, is what we've been told so far. So reactions have been coming in from across the globe, as I mentioned. people ranging from UK Prime Minister Starmer to EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen. Everyone is shocked that such an attack, such a dastardly attack on tourists who have nothing to do with the whole conflict. They have been killed indiscriminately. There have been so many videos on social media showing the extent of the damage. And some reactions that we've been talking about is that the UN Chief Antonio Guterres has said that these attacks are unacceptable under any circumstances. There has been an unequivocal voice against this whole attack, and they've termed it a horrific terrorist attack in Kashmir. Is utterly devastating. This is what the Prime Minister of UK has said, and they have all extended their helping hand towards India. And as I mentioned, Donald Trump was one of the first responders to this attack. He already has a really good relationship with India, the Prime Minister. So all of that has been coming in.
Right, of course, and do remember Prime Minister Modi was in Saudi Arabia, and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has extended any kind of support that perhaps India would need in these trying times. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. We will continue our coverage of the attacks that have taken place to Pahalgam, and which included mostly tourists. 26 people have died in those attacks. We'll get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into a break.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking bids?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story
The world is condemning the attacks that have taken place in Srinagar. Of course, these are attacks in Pahalgam. 26 people have died, including tourists. While Prime Minister Modi is taking stock of the situation, he's held a meeting at the airport itself upon his arrival from Saudi Arabia. We have Radhika joining us from Mumbai and Divya Vadva joining you from the national capital. Radhika, of course, the Prime Minister there taking stock of the situation, cutting short his visit in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Modi back in India. He's cut short his visit, set to chair high-level meets, and government all set to focus on strong response to these attacks. We'll get to all the details on that front, but first the headlines. Tourists targeted in Pahalgam, 26 innocent lives have been lost. Prime Minister rushes back from Saudi Arabia. He's holding a meeting. In fact, he's all set to hold more meetings. He held high-level meetings on his return. EAM NSA briefed Prime Minister at the airport.
And it's a record low when it comes to terrorism. Pakistan targets Indian tourists. This is a shadow organization of Lashkar that's gone ahead and claimed responsibility, while the NIA team has now reached Srinagar to investigate the matter.
And in the J&K attacks, several innocent lives have been lost. Victims from multiple states have died. 26-year-old Navy officer among the deceased.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also has cut short her trip to the United States. She is making her way back to India. Do remember there's a cabinet committee meeting that's coming up in order to review the security situation at 11 o'clock this morning.
World leaders stand with India in its fight against terror. US President Donald Trump calls Prime Minister Modi. Several top global leaders express their solidarity with India.
It is one of the deadliest terror attacks in the valley since the abrogation of Article 370 in 2019. At least 26 civilians, mostly tourists, were killed in this terror attack that's taken place in a prime touristy area of Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. Condemning the terror attack, Prime Minister Modi made it very clear that those behind the heinous attack will be brought to justice. He's also cut short his trip. He was in Saudi Arabia for a 2-day visit. He was supposed to come back later tonight, but has already reached India early this morning, Radhika.
That's right. In fact, Amit Shah called a meeting soon after the attack, which was attended by Intelligence Bureau Chief, Union Home Secretary, CRPF Chief, as well as J&K DGP. An anti-terror operation has been launched to neutralize the terrorists. In fact, we have our reporters joining us at this point. We have Nazir as well as Aishwarya, who's joining us. Nazir is joining us from Pahalgam. Nazir, once again, let me ask you, what is the situation at this point, the current condition of those injured? We believe anti-terror operations have been launched. NIA, a team is also in the valley, is what we are hearing. Certainly, the valley is gripped in shock. So what is the kind of, probe that is happening at this point? There's high-level meetings also being held, not just in Delhi, but certainly in Kashmir as well.
Well, the response of this situation has gone beyond Pahalgam. Operation in Pahalgam is a small thing compared to what government may be doing in response to this attack. That's why you will have a cabinet committee on security meeting, which will be chaired by Prime Minister, and urgency and the importance of that and the seriousness of that meeting can be seen through that Prime Minister cut short his Saudi visit. Home Minister is in Srinagar. He is paying homage to the victims of terror who were killed in this horrible massacre here in Pahalgam. Bodies have been kept at police control room, Srinagar. Injured have been shifted to various hospitals, including Government Medical College, Anantnag, and Home Minister is also expected to visit there to know the welfare of the injured also. Yesterday, he held a meeting with the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, and top Home Ministry officials and IB Chief and JNK DGP. And clearly, this is a burst type of attack, and how it happened by the security agency is not knowing what is going to happen, or didn't they have any inkling. Our sources tell us that for 4 days, at least 4 days, DGP Nalin Prabhat, he had, we know it for 4 days, he was actually visiting South Kashmir, this area, and they were expecting some sort of, attack, but nobody had an inkling that the Pahalgam will bear the brunt of this attack. Nobody had an inkling. That's why it literally was, it had fallen off the radar. So while the security force had information, remember after Peshawar train attack, there was, that time security was beefed up that Pakistan may try to do something. Then we saw frequent infiltration attempts in Kutwa area, and then we had encounters there, civilian encounters. And then that was followed by other encounters in Kishtwar and in Jammu region. But Kashmir Valley was largely seen calm, but for some days there was an input that terrorists may be trying to do something big. But nobody had an idea this can happen here in Pahalgam, and tourists could be the target in Pahalgam, and this could be such a horrible massacre. And there are chilling details how it has happened, how people were identified and then killed. And there are also stories of the bravery of a local man, Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah, a local man who was with tourists. He had resisted their terrorists. He had even tried to snatch their rifle, and he was killed also there. So he's a local from Pahalgam. So these people who had come from different parts of the country, they were enjoying the pristine beauty of Baisaran Valley. It's a video, and just behind me, because sunlight, just behind this mountain. This is the Baisaran Valley. It is surrounded by thick forests, alpine forests. So it happened yesterday afternoon. So 17 people are injured. Injured are being given treatment, and condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical, even as best possible treatment is given to them by the doctors in different hospitals in the valley. So it is a situation which we know will be having. It's like a Pulwama 2. In Pulwama 2000, February 2019, attack was on the CRPF. 40 CRPF personnel were killed, and we know the response, and that was actually redefined the security strategy that time. And this time we see the same pattern. Government is actually responding at the highest level to deal with the situation, not here in Pahalgam, because problem is somewhere else. And these are symptoms of what's happening. And those who carried out this attack were getting orders somewhere else to execute some major attack and target tourists. And we know that when Home Minister is here, he came just hours after this attack. And what is the concern for the security agencies? lieutenant governor who is in charge of the security, he was not here in the town that time. He came back to Srinagar along with Home Minister Amit Shah. So we'll have to see what would be the response now, because while the police and the security force were launching coordinated search operation on daily basis all these days, but they had no inkling that Pahalgam would be the target like this of such magnitude. So it is a situation which perhaps government is looking for major response. We know world leaders have condemned this attack and has supported India in this its fight against terrorism, including U.S. President Donald Trump and also Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who held a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Jeddah before Prime Minister Modi cut short his Saudi visit and reached back to Delhi, where he was briefed about the situation. So it is a situation which we understand would be redefining this security structure in Jammu and Kashmir, and also it is going to the tourism sector, which will bear the brunt, because while these
Updates at this
26
point,
people.
Pak infiltration bid has been foiled. 3 terrorists, in fact, tried to infiltrate Pak. Terrorists intercepted at Uri is the fresh information we are getting. Active gunfight underway in Uri. Let's go straight across to Vishnu Shom on this. Vishnu, a day after the ghastly attacks in Kashmir, in Pahalgam, now Pak infiltration bid has been foiled. We believe 3 terrorists tried to infiltrate, and this is something that happened in Uri, and gunfight is still underway.
This is an operation. It's called Operation Tikka by the Indian Army. This is the Chinar Corps, or the corps which resides in Srinagar, or based out of Srinagar, which is reporting this information of a major encounter breaking out in the Baramulla area. Earlier today, approximately 2 to 3 terrorists tried to infiltrate through the Sarjivan area, that's near the Uri Nala and Baramulla. Soldiers on the line of control challenged them and intercepted them. This has resulted in a gun battle. That gun battle is still taking place. This is extremely significant. It comes less than 24 hours after the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which at least 26 people have lost their lives. It once again indicates that large parts of the line of control are seeing efforts by terrorists to actually infiltrate. Remember, infiltrating the line of control remains extremely difficult. It requires a great deal of planning. There would likely be the involvement of the Pakistani army or the ISI, that's Pakistani intelligence, at some level. Why do I say that? Because large parts of the fence which guards or separates the line of control between India and Pakistan occupied Kashmir are fenced. It is electronically monitored. There are minefields in the area. There are soldiers deployed on the ground. There is an entire grid which is set up. Therefore, to attempt to infiltrate through this route, as appears to be the case on this occasion, indicates a very serious bait. Fortunately, soldiers appear to have intercepted these terrorists coming in, and a gunfight is on. The encounter is not over. That's the only information we have at this stage.
Right, Vishnu, of course, the timing of this, coinciding with the visit of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, and we're seeing, there was an infiltration bid that has been foiled in Uri, but at the same time, the attack that's taken place in Pahalgam. So the security situation, many concerns being raised in regard to terrorists, coming in to the area.
You're absolutely right. There is no doubt about the fact that the timing of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, the fact that there is an active encounter happening over here, and the fact that the Pakistani army chief just a few days back had referred to Kashmir as being the jugular of Pakistan, all add up. And it comes at a time when there is certainly someone in the terrorist hierarchy in Pakistan, offshoots of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, who are sending out a clear signal to India. I think it's fairly reasonable to believe that there will be a substantial response from India. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves at this stage. The Prime Minister has flown back from Riyadh. He was there on an important state visit to Saudi Arabia. I should mention that the Prime Minister avoided Pakistani airspace. I beg your pardon, he was in Jeddah, but the Prime Minister did avoid Pakistani airspace on his return to India. While traveling to Saudi Arabia, he did cross Pakistani airspace. So that's yet another example of the sense that the government has of the developments and the state of the equation with Pakistan presently.
All right. Vishnu, also, if I may ask, was this infiltration attempt coordinated with the Pahalgam, terror attacks? Do we have any information on whether the terrorists were trying to create multiple points of chaos? Any kind of information as far as this fresh infiltration attempt is concerned? Is it to do or is it connected to Pahalgam at all?
But at a broader macro level, it's all connected. And every single effort is part of a calculated scheme, a calculated plan. A year back or so, and going back to about 3 years, of the large number of attacks which were taking place were calibrated attacks by terrorist infiltration, some even across the international border in the Jammu area or the greater Jammu area. But the fact that we are seeing a resurgence of terrorism, including what has happened in Pahalgam in the valley region, indicates that, there is again this concerted and planned effort in this part of Kashmir. I'm not sure whether the two attacks were directly linked or whether the terrorist handlers would necessarily share that type of information with the terrorists who are carrying out this operation, but that's for the National Investigating Agency and others to actually look into. What we can report now that there is an active encounter in the Baramulla area and the Uri area, which is taking place. Fortunately, our soldiers have intercepted 2 to 3 terrorists looking to get into India.
Right, and also, Vishnu, you were explaining how Prime Minister Modi had avoided Pakistan airbase while returning from Saudi Arabia. In fact, he had avoided Pakistan airspace. Can you describe to us exactly what had happened? Could you tell us more about his travel from Saudi Arabia?
So the Prime Minister, when he travels abroad over a certain number of hours, usually flies on one of 2 Boeing 777-300 aircraft which are operated by the Indian Air Force. These are VVIP flights flown by the Prime Minister or the President of the country. The aircraft in question, one of the 2 aircraft which the PM usually travels on, did cross Pakistani airspace on his outward journey from New Delhi to Saudi Arabia, where he was there for a day-long state visit. The Prime Minister, of course, cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia after the terror attack, and on his return journey, and we tracked this flight on flight radar and other sites, he chose not to use the same route to come back, instead choosing to fly a direct route over the Arabian Sea before crossing into the Indian peninsula and then flying north back into Delhi. So avoiding Pakistan airspace completely, a clear sign that, our security setup is alive to the situation in Pakistan. They understand or they believe the threat emerging out of Pakistan at this stage, and for the safety of the Prime Minister and the official delegation on board his aircraft, they decided that it was prudent for him to fly straight across the Arabian Sea, cross into the Indian peninsula just south of or in the Gujarat area before flying to Delhi.
Of course, Vishnu, this is the Prime Minister who, as you mentioned, cut short his visit and, of course, did not fly into the Pakistani airspace on his way back. He, in fact, as soon as he landed early this morning in the national capital at the airport itself, held a meeting with S. Jaishankar as well as with Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, in order to assess the situation. Of course, a cabinet meeting, Radhika, is also coming up. Let's just also, this is in regard to the Prime Minister cutting short his visit, taking stock of the situation. He had that brief meeting at the Palam airport with the External Affairs Minister and, of course, the National Security Advisor in view of the recent attacks that have taken place, condemning the attack and promising that those behind the attack would be brought to justice.
That's right. In fact, in strong words, Prime Minister condemned the terrorist attack and said the government's resolve is to fight terrorism, and this resolve is unshakable and it will get even stronger. Their evil agenda will never succeed is what Prime Minister has said. Let's go straight across to Aishwarya, who's joining us from the national capital. Aishwarya, high-level meetings to be held by Prime Minister Modi. He's cut short his trip. We believe Cabinet Committee on Security will also be held. Take us through the immediate priority as far as government is concerned. We are sure that there will be discussion on steps to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice, and we believe a strong response is something we are looking at.
Well, certainly, and immediately after arrival from Saudi Arabia at the Palam Technical Airport, it was the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval who received Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Foreign Secretary and External Affairs Minister as well. And they briefed Prime Minister about the terror attack at the airport itself. After which Prime Minister left from the Palam Technical Airport to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and here there would be cabinet meeting CCS that will be held later in a day, in which all the three army staffs and the Rai Sena ministers would be taking part. The priorities, of course, are to send across as much as assistance to the injured ones, to the family members over there, and to bring back peace and normalcy in the entire region. Home Minister Amit Shah, we have been told, and the latest update that we are getting from Srinagar itself is that Home Minister would be soon reaching at 9:30 a.m. To offer his condolences to the people who have died in this deadly terrorist attack at the hospital base over there. And later he would be also visiting the site at Pahalgam where the terrorist attack broke yesterday. He will ensure that with the entire agencies who had been put in place, that the entire area, the search operations had concluded, and the terrorists who had been who have yesterday created this ruckus, they will be brought to justice. Certainly the messaging has already been sent yesterday in a meeting in Delhi, and then later in the night when Home Minister Amit Shah held a security review meeting with the Lieutenant Governor and Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah as well. The search operations are still underway, but Home Minister would be soon reaching the spot to ensure that there is complete control over that area as far as our security forces are concerned.
Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to an infiltration bid that has been foiled. We're talking about 2 terrorists that have been neutralized. A fresh infiltration bid that has been foiled, Radhika.
That's right. Pak terrorists have been intercepted at Uri is the information that we are getting. Fresh infiltration bid has been foiled. In fact, large cache of weapons have also been seized. So that's the fresh information that we're getting a day after horrific attacks on tourists and civilians in Pahalgam. And now, of course, the security apparatus enhanced there across the valley. And now 2 terrorists have been killed in Uri. Pak terrorists have been intercepted at Uri is the information. Fresh infiltration bid foiled. Let's go straight across to Nazir. Nazir, of course, security has been heightened across the valley post the incident yesterday. 2 terrorists, we believe, have been neutralized in Uri. What more can you tell us? Nazir, if you can hear us, 2 terrorists we believe have been killed in Uri. Large cache of weapons also seized. What more can you tell us about this operation?
To army and infiltration attempt was intercepted this morning, and army has intercepted this and engaged those infiltrators. So there are reports to have been killed, but details are yet to come further which group it was. infiltration has been happening all along. We have known from in the line of control, but there are two incidents which have happened in the line of control today. One is a ceasefire violation in Poonch sector, which has happened in the Poonch sector. Army has repulsed that, retaliated that Pakistani unprovoked ceasefire, and it was in Minder sector early this morning. Pakistani troops resorted to heavy firing on Indian posts, and Army has retaliated effectively. And then there's this infiltration attempt which has been filed by the Army on a day when we see there was a major massacre of innocent tourists in Pahalgam, and there are also attempts to push in more militants and also create instability along the line of control after Pakistan resorted to unprovoked firing. It is another ceasefire violation a day after this massacre in Pahalgam.
Well, Nazir, the operation is currently in progress with security forces maintaining a tight cordon off around the area. But two terrorists, we believe, have been neutralized so far. Of course, this was an infiltration attempt that was detected along the line of control where vigilant troops challenged the terrorists, leading to that brief but very intense exchange of fire.
Yeah, exactly. So Army has filed this infiltration attempt, and in the ensuing encounter, it is said that two infiltrators, they have been killed. So what Army has said, they are saying there was heavy exchange of fire between security force and terrorists. Two terrorists have been eliminated. Infiltration bid filed by the security forces in the ongoing operation. Large quantity of weapons, ammunition, and war-like stores have been recovered from the encounter site, and operation is in progress. But Army is trying to believe 2 to 3 infiltrators may have tried to infiltrate, and they were intercepted by the troops, which also shows a robust counter-infiltration mechanism along the line of control. But at a time, we have seen this horrible attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 tourists from different parts of the country, they have been killed. Among them is a Navy officer, one IB officer. So that toll may go up. 17 people are injured. Injured are being treated at different, hospitals. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Srinagar. He is right now going to police control Srinagar to pay homage to the victims of this terror attack. Bodies have been kept at police control room Srinagar. Then they would be dispatched to their respective places. And amid all this, when everybody is grappling with how to deal with the situation, and since yesterday there have been series of meetings, and government is evolving a mechanism to deal with new threat and terror attack. Because security force had information there may be some major attack, but nobody had an inkling that this can happen in Pahalgam, which was literally nobody, because it was clearly peaceful area, so nobody had an idea. And at this time, these heavily armed terrorists, they came, resorted to heavy firing on innocent tourists, and killed 26 and injured more than 17. So amid all this, we see this infiltration attempt in Uri sector and also ceasefire violation in Poonch sector as well, which clearly shows that there are attempts from across the border to keep pot boiling. But on this side, we see Prime Minister have called this cabinet committee on security meeting that to devise the response of government of India to do with this situation. We know it is like Pulwama 2 in 2019. There was attack on CRPF in which 40 CRPF persons were killed. And this time it is much more horrible when innocent people have been targeted.
Right.
We know what was the response in 2019.
Yes, Nazir, of course, the terrorists continue to be at large as far as the Pahalgam attack is concerned. And now 2 terrorists have been neutralized in this infiltration bid in the Uri area. Well, of course, we will keep coming back to you for more on this brutal terrorist attack that's taken place in Pahalgam. Of course, the Prime Minister cut short his visit. He is back in Delhi. In fact, he held a meeting at the airport itself with the National Security Advisor as well as the External Affairs Minister. Well, this is a very crucial meeting that took place at the airport while condemning the attack and promising that those behind the attack would be brought to justice.
That's right. That's the promise and assurance given by the Prime Minister. He held meetings at the airport. He will be holding more high-level meetings. In strong words, he condemned the terrorist attack. He said the government's resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable and it will get even stronger. Their evil agenda will never succeed. Let's shift our focus to the victims of the ghastly terror attacks. 5 tourists from Maharashtra, 1 from Karnataka and several others from across the country were among those killed in Pahalgam. A realtor from Shivamoga district in Karnataka was allegedly shot dead in front of his wife and son.
Right, 2 people from Karnataka, in fact, were shot dead in front of their family. That included their sons and their wife. Now, Karnataka's Chief Minister and Maharashtra's Chief Minister all condemning those attacks. The states echoing the strictest punishment to the perpetrators. Let's listen in to the families and, they're really recounting the horror at this very difficult time.
जैसे यहाँ पहुँचे हैं तो माहौल देखा कि इस हिसाब से काफ़ी डिस्टर्ब हो गया तो फिर फैमिली के साथ थे तो हम यहाँ पे नाइट स्टे किया तो अब सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग निकल जाएंगे अब आगे का माहौल पता नहीं है कि क्या है
जो मेरे देवर हैं उनको गोली लगी हुई है और बाकी लेडीज सेफ हैं ऐसा आया है न्यूज़ में मगर एक्चुअली मेरा उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है इसलिए मैं कुछ अभी बता नहीं पा रही हूँ।
करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें सोनमर्ग और गुलमर्ग वगैरह यहाँ सब घूमने गए थे। आज ये पहलगाम में थे तो वहाँ पर शुभम भैया उनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है तो वो और उनकी वाइफ घुड़सवारी करते हुए गए हुए थे ऊपर। वहाँ पर जानकारी हम लोग को ऐसे हुई कि भाभी ने फ़ोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहाँ पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
And at a time like this, of course, the opposition uniting in its front, Rahul Gandhi, they're saying that the families of the victims deserve justice and our full cooperation. Well, let's get you, during the attack on civilians, on tourists, 26 people have died, and of which 2 people were from Karnataka. A techie among those killed. We're talking about also a 47-year-old realtor, Manjunath, who was killed in front of his family, his wife and his child, his son, reliving the horror, saying that they also asked to be killed in the process by the terrorists, but they were not killed because they said, go tell Modi about this attack. I will not kill you, is what the terrorists said. They were in fact targeting people based on their gender and their religion.
That's right. Very tragic indeed. 2 victims from Karnataka, techie among those killed. A 47-year-old realtor, as you mentioned, Divya, also killed in these tragic attacks in Kashmir. Let's go straight across to Deepak, who's joining us from Karnataka. Deepak, 2 people from Karnataka, we believe, have died in these horrific attacks. Take us through who these victims are and what is the kind of the coordination that is happening between the state government as well as centre in terms of repatriation of the mortal remains. Any word on the kind of help and support that is being given to the family members in this really distressing time?
Yes, it's a pall of gloom that has descended upon the street that I'm standing at. This is in Mattikere. This is just very close to the residence of Bharat Bhushan, one of them who've lost their lives in this horrifying terror attack in Pahalgam in Kashmir. As you can see behind me, there are barricades that have been put up by the police department. They've ensured that no vehicles go there. They want the family at this point in time to have absolute privacy in this hour of grief. You were asking about the arrangements that have been made. The state government here has put Minister Santosh Lad in charge of any sort of help that the tourists stranded there would need. And, he's coordinating efforts with the central government to bring back people who are stranded. More importantly, of course, to make arrangements for the mortal remains of Santosh, the realtor, who's 47 years old, who was also shot dead there. He was traveling along with his wife and son. They wanted to celebrate his son's results. Very recently, of course, the second PU exams getting over, and after that, they thought that they'll have a tour of Kashmir, but, things ending in, a tragic fashion. Bharat Bhushan as well was travelling with his family when he was shot dead there. Their mortal remains right now will be brought to Bengaluru at about 3. The mortal remains of Bharat Bhushan will be brought to Bengaluru at about 6. We've been told that the mortal remains of Santosh will be brought to Bengaluru. There's another resident of Ramurthy Nagar, I'm told, as well, who's lost his life. The mortal remains, however, being taken to Chennai. There is what I'm learning right now. So a lot of efforts are on. There's also a helpline number that has been put out by the state government. If anybody is not able to reach out to their family members and they are in the know-how that they are in fact in Kashmir, they should inform this helpline number so that the state can coordinate efforts to bring them back, is what they've been saying. We've also seen multiple leaders, of course, pay a visit to the residence of Santosh in Shimoga, including, of course, Minister Madhu Bangarappa. Yesterday we had BJP leaders, BY Raghavendra and the local MLA there also pay a visit. Right now it is, of course, a very distressing time. The entire state, the entire country is in mourning. It is, of course, a big tragedy, and right now all eyes will be on how the government really will look at this and what sort of action will be initiated by the central government.
All right, thank you, Deepak, for getting us all of those details. Of course, we will keep coming back to you. Certainly tragic. At least about 26 people have died in the attacks. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a 26-year-old Indian Navy officer from Karnal, Haryana, was tragically killed in this terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Narwal had recently been married. In fact, it was just 5 days ago that he got married, and he was on his leave and was enjoying a vacation in Kashmir when this unfortunate attack happened, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. He got married on the 16th of April. He had a reception on the 19th of April. He was on leave. He was enjoying a holiday. He had just been married 5 days ago. Our colleague Gurpreet has spoken with the family of the victim. Let's listen in to what they are asking for during these really difficult times.
26-year-old Navy officer who has already lost his life in this terror attack. Right now we are standing at his residence. We have our grandfather of Vinay with us. We will talk to him. तो सर आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आई, क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ जो मैन थे उनको टारगेट किया गया, वहाँ पे उनको ही मारा गया.
ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जो क्लिप चल रही थी उसमें ज़रूर पता लग गया कि उन्होंने मजहब को पूछ के गोलियां चलाई है, सिर में उसके गोली मारी है, जबकि वो खाना खा रहे थे उस टाइम. ठीक है, तो इन्फॉर्मेशन में सिर्फ इतना ही बताया गया भाई उसको अटैक हुआ है, उसमें गोली लग गई है. इससे फालतू और कोई पता नहीं लगा हमें.
16 तारीख को शादी होती है, 19 को रिसेप्शन होती है, उसके बाद वो शॉर्ट टर्म हनीमून टूर पे जाते हैं दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ. तो उसके बाद ये इंसिडेंट होता है. तो विनय करनाल में रहते थे, पास में गांव था, कहाँ से पढ़े हैं यहाँ पे, कब नेवी में ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने?
वो जब 3.5 साल के थे हम गांव से करनाल आ गए थे. 8 सेक्टर में रहते थे और 8 सेक्टर में ही स्कूल है, उसमें वो पढ़ते थे. यहाँ से मैट्रिक की उसने, 10+2 उसने दिल्ली से किया. उसके बाद वो 10+2 के बाद बीटेक की है SRM, अपना राजीव गांधी जो सोनीपत है वहाँ से. उसके बाद वो नेवी के अंदर डायरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हुए थे SSB से. SSB का एग्ज़ाम होता, उससे सेलेक्ट हो गए. 2nd लेफ्टिनेंट नेवी के अंदर गए थे. अभी 1-1.5 साल पहले उसकी प्रमोशन हुई थी, लेफ्टिनेंट बन गए थे.
विनय हमेशा ही देश की सेवा करना चाहते थे क्या, उस शुरू से ही? क्योंकि पिता भी कह रहे कि एक जॉब करते थे क्या?
शुरू से ही उसके मन में थी, ये भावना थी कि मैं देश की सेवा करूं. और जब भी वो मिलिट्री गाड़ियां वगैरह बचपन में देखता था तो वो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा सवाल करता था, ये कैसे है, क्या है. तो बल्कि मैं उसको गुस्सा होता था कि मैं खुद BSF के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ, मुझे पता है बॉर्डर की नौकरी कितनी टफ़ है. मैं उसके बाद हरियाणा पुलिस में रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको सोचूं था कि ये इस तरफ ना जाए, क्यों वहाँ तो बहुत टफ़ काम है. लेकिन उसका मन ही ऐसा था कि उसने 10+2 करते करते भी उसने एग्ज़ाम CDS वगैरह के भी देता रहा. लेकिन
क्योंकि ये भी टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ है, हमें विनय भी देश की रक्षा करने में लगे, तो क्या कल कोई ऐसी बात आई, उन्होंने रजिस्ट किया, कोशिश की वहाँ पे, क्या एकदम से अटैक हो गया, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन?
उस चीज़ के बारे में तो कोई मैंने देखा नहीं है कैसे क्या हुआ। तो वो तो बैठे थे खाना खा रहे, जैसे हमें पता लग गया है, उसके बाद उन्होंने मतलब वहाँ गोलियाँ चली हैं, पूछ के सिर में गोली लगाई है, मारी है उसको।
क्या मांग करते हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये, क्योंकि विनय एक बहन थी और विनय,
हम तो क्या मांग करेंगे, मांग तो जो गवर्नमेंट करेगी वो करेगी, जो कुछ उनका तो कुछ बन नहीं सकता। जो टेररिस्ट ने गोली चलाई है उसका तो वो तो चला गया, शहीद हो गया, सोच ले। तो हम तो कुछ नहीं मांग करते।
तो विनय के फादर मदर वहाँ गए हैं, कौन कौन गया वहाँ?
विनय के पिताजी हैं और उनकी बेटी है, साथ में गए हैं, और उसके ससुर विनय के और सास वो गई हुई हैं श्रीनगर।
तो विनय और विनय की बहन थे, दो ही बच्चे थे?
दो ही बच्चे हैं, बड़ा विनय था, छोटी लड़की थी जिसका नाम सृष्टि है।
दादा होने नाते पे, क्योंकि हमेशा आपने उसे बचपन में देखा होगा, देश की सेवा कर रहा था, लेकिन इस समय हम अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा लॉस हो गया, तो क्या मांग क्या करते हैं कि क्योंकि जो बच्चा आपने पाला पोसा इतना बड़ा,
तो क्या हमने कोई कुछ मांग किस चीज़ की करेंगे जी, हम जो हमारे पास था वही चले गया, और क्या हमारे पास पहले बतेरा कुछ है, वही कोई बरतने वाला नहीं रहा, और क्या है गया, जिसके लिए हम कमा रहे थे हमारा तो वो ही नहीं रहा। अब इतने ज़मीन भी है मेरे पास, घर भी है, ये तो हमारे पास है क्या।
जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं क्योंकि,
हाँ जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं, न्याय मिले हमें कुछ न कुछ, ठीक है।
Well, amongst the 26 people, the innocent lives that happened lost in the attacks that took place in Pahalgam was a resident of Hyderabad. Now, the Chief Minister, Vance has said that such cowardly strikes cannot shake the spirit and the resilience of the Indian people, while urging the government to take the strictest action against the terrorist groups involved.
That's right. In fact, the Chief Minister urging the Union government to take the strictest action against the terrorist groups involved. Let's go straight across to Uma. Uma, one person has died. In fact, this Hyderabad resident was shot dead in front of wife and kids. Take us through what arrangements have been made to receive the mortal remains at the airport, perhaps, and also are you in touch with the family members? What are they telling you at this point? What is the kind of support they are seeking?
We are here outside the IB quarters in Hyderabad, where the family of Manish Ranjan used to live, along with Manish, his wife, and his two children used to live here. And this is a gate, and inside that you have about 85 families that are living here. A senior officer of the Intelligence Bureau has gone in because the entire community is in big shock. Of course, Manish was not there on official business. He was there only as a tourist. He was on LTC. And because it happens to be summer holidays for the children, both the children had gone along with their parents on this holiday to Pahalgam, where in front of the children itself, Manish Ranjan was shot dead. And what we understand is that the family being from Bihar, the mortal remains are likely to be shifted to Sasaram, Bihar itself. And one more person from Andhra Pradesh who has died in this terrible terror attack is Chandramouli, a 70-year-old tourist who had travelled there along with his wife Nagamani and 4 others from Vishakhapatnam. And the mortal remains of Chandramouli are to be brought to the Vishakhapatnam airport, we understand, by 12 noon today, where it will be received by the security forces there as well. The community, whether it is in Hyderabad, the Intelligence Bureau community, or Vizag, in complete shock about what's happened, because many people keep talking about how they were either going to visit or had just visited and everything was becoming normal, and tourism seemed to be, at a good peak, and therefore everyone planning their visit to this beautiful land that we call heaven on earth, and this kind of a terrible terror attack happening there, leading to a lot of shock. Two things that I must point out here: IB officers who I have been speaking to, pointing out time and again that this is not an attack on the IB or in any way setting them back, because the identity of Manish Ranjan as an IB officer, he was in fact a section officer in the ministerial cadre, as they call it, which means he was not a field officer, and he had only recently been elevated as a section officer, and he had been living in Hyderabad for the last 2 years, is what we understand as well, and that he was targeted only as one among the many tourists there, and there is no attack on him as an IB officer. But yes, a huge setback certainly, because the officers here feeling the pain of such a sudden loss of Manish Ranjan, and his being shot dead along with his children. So what I understand is that the mortal remains are to be taken to Bihar, which is his home state.
Right, Uma, thank you for getting us those very disturbing details about the Hyderabad resident who has died in the attack that took place in Pahalgam. And amongst the victims of the deadliest attacks in recent times, 5 of the victims belonged to Maharashtra, including people from Dombivli and Pune, Radhika.
That's right, at least 5 victims from Maharashtra, and they are from Dombivli, Pune, Panvel. We know for a fact that at least 40 of them had travelled from Panvel together with a tour company. In fact, of that, at least 1 person died, and in Dombivli there are at least about 2 to 3 who have lost their lives. Let's go straight across to Anuj, who's joining us from Dombivli, we believe. Anuj, government has, we believe, spoken to Civil Aviation Minister, the state government, requesting for special flights for injured and stranded tourists, and that is something that will be done. But the unfortunate part that at least 5 people have died from different parts of Maharashtra, including Dombivli, Pune, as well as Panvel.
Yes, Radhika, what you mentioned is the latest in this entire incident. We've already reported on how the DCM here has gotten in touch with Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister of the country. But before that, let me show you the visuals here. This is the apartment, Savitri co-housing apartment in Dombivli, where Hemant Joshi used to live. Hemant Joshi is one of the 3 people who is from Dombivli, who has died in this entire incident. What we know is that at least 5 people, from Maharashtra have been termed as deceased officially, but this number is expected to grow as, we're getting more clarity over the state of the injured people. We know that Chief Minister yesterday went on record to state that 2 people are dead, but then overnight we got to know that a few people who were under treatment also lost their lives. A couple of interesting pointers, a family from Nagpur was also very close to getting attacked, but then they jumped off the hill and made themselves feel safe. At the end, the Chief Minister also tweeted about it and has gotten in touch with that family as well. What we understand is that the Deputy Chief Minister from Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, was prompt enough and got in touch with Ram Mohan Naidu to make sure that the transport of the injured and the deceased is managed well from Kashmir to Maharashtra. Ram Mohan Naidu, in fact, has responded positively, but has asked for a detailed list of all those people who are to be transported to different parts of the state. A majority of the Maharashtra tourists who went to Pahalgam yesterday were from Panvel. We know that a local tourist body took as many as 39 people, but there are people from different parts as well, be it Thane, be it Dombivli, of course, Raigad, and a few parts of Vidarbha, including Amravati and Nagpur as well. We will get an exact number on how many people were a part of that entire Maharashtra, from Maharashtra present there. What we know is that the 2 deceased people from, who are from Pune will in all likeliness be coming back through a special flight in Pune at around 6 p.m. is what we know. But the status of those coming back to Mumbai has not yet been officially confirmed to us. But from as many details as much as we have, at the moment, it becomes clear that at least 5 people are dead from, who are from Pune, Panvel and Dombivli.
Right, Anuj, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. This is in regard to the victims from Maharashtra. At least 5 people have lost their lives. Also, the Prime Minister is likely to hold a cabinet meeting that's coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. Radhika.
That's right. This after Prime Minister Modi held a meeting at the airport after his arrival from Saudi Arabia. He held meetings with Ajit Doval as well as Jaishankar. Prime Minister Modi, remember, had cut short his visit to Saudi. In fact, as far as this attack is concerned, Divya, this is the worst terrorist attack on tourists and civilians. And this is, of course, led to a wave of condemnation and calls for a strong response, of course, which is why series of meetings are happening or will be happening in the days to come. A strong response is what is being expected from the center at this point. Of course, Pakistan, they're crossing the line again. Pakistan terrorists killing tourists in one of the most touristy, beautiful locations of J&K, which is Pahalgam. Innocent tourists, Divya, were targeted. Center to chair high-level meeting, cabinet committee on security. Will be discussing the next steps. We know for a fact that probe is on, investigations at the highest level underway. NIA team, we believe, is also at Pahalgam. And meetings happening in J&K as well as we speak. We know that Amit Shah held meetings yesterday in J&K. Now, Congress is also seeking an all-party meeting. So, Prime Minister Modi there all set to hold a cabinet meeting. He's cut short his visit. There will be a strong response and retaliation is the expectation from people of India. Of course, globally, there have been reactions from leaders and they are standing by India at this hour of grief. 26 people, 26 innocent lives, they're being lost as a result of these ghastly attacks. With that, in fact, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking bigs?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to hold a cabinet meeting on J&K. Remember, as soon as he landed in India, he held talks and now, of course, multiple key meetings will take place. Let's go straight across to Sunil on this. Sunil, of course, accountability is being sought. Retaliation is something being expected from India at this point. Key meetings will take place, chaired by Prime Minister Modi. Take us through the priority for the government at this point and what can be expected in the hours to come.
Well, I think firstly, as you rightly pointed out, the Prime Minister was briefed by the National Security Advisor, the External Affairs Minister, as well as the Foreign Secretary. There has been worldwide condemnation of the dastardly and cowardly act of terrorists who have taken the lives of innocent people. This is the worst tragedy after 26/11, where innocent civilians have been killed in Kashmir, and it's in this backdrop that the Cabinet Committee on Security will await the return of the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, who is at present touring the state to take a first-hand account and respond back to the Cabinet Committee on Security and what exactly should be done next. There will definitely, as we've seen, various political parties cutting across party lines, be it the opposition and those in government who are supporting the alliance, have all strongly condemned it and have demanded full justice to the victims who have lost their lives and their families. And it's in that backdrop that the Home Minister has been working the phone line, speaking to no less than Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, the Congress President, Mr. Kharge, to get that bipartisan support. India will be united in its fight against terror. And I think in that backdrop, everybody is now waiting for the government to act. It will be definitely a strong response, as we have been made to understand. How they will go about it is a matter of detail which we will wait and watch and see. But at this present juncture, they want to get the perpetrators of this ghastly attack to justice. And I think every effort will be to ensure that you bring and get full support and justice to those victims and those responsible for this attack. Secondly, to ensure the safety of tourists in Jammu and Kashmir, because this is exactly what the terrorists wanted, to ensure that the valley goes off guard. And it's in that context, we'll wait and see what the Cabinet Committee on Security, after its review, decides to do.
Right, Sunil, we will keep coming back to you for more on that and that meeting that's coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. But also another meeting is being held by the Aviation Minister. This is an urgent meeting in regard to the airline operators with an aim to support tourists as well as victims. And a strong advisory is being put out against surge pricing.
That's right. As far as the Aviation Ministry is concerned, repatriation flights is something that is currently they are looking at least about 2 flights will go to Mumbai and 2 to Delhi from Kashmir. That will, of course, transport tourists as well as visitors in Kashmir.
And leaders from around the world are sending in their tributes and their condolences. Well, it is US President Donald Trump who's spoken with Prime Minister Modi, saying that the United States stands with India in its fight against terrorism. Israel's leader was one of the first to condemn the attack, while it is Ursula von der Leyen who's gone on to say that India will stand strong in this ordeal and Europe is standing behind India. While, of course, the world leaders are condemning this attack, it is Vladimir Putin who's written a very long message to India in which he has gone on to say such a brutal crime has no justification and the perpetrators will meet with a deserved punishment, while saying that they are increasing their cooperation when it comes to India and its fight against terrorism.
That's right. World leaders are standing by India in this hour of grief. Let's listen in to the reaction we have from the White House.
The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost. And our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally, India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission.
Let's go straight across to Vishal on this. Vishal, we're seeing international community responding to this. There are statements from governments across the world, international organizations. We heard the White House, Trump, J.D. Vance, who is in India currently, has reacted. So world is certainly standing by Kashmir. Take us through the reactions and responses coming in from global leaders. They've certainly extended a helping hand to India, which is, of course, the need of the hour.
Well, it would be an understatement to say that the world has been shocked by this terror attack. The world has been rattled, to say the least. At least 26 innocent people have been killed in the dastardly attack. Almost all of them had nothing to do with the whole conflict in the region. Most of them were then on a holiday. There were reports coming in that say that there were at least 2 defense personnel on holiday, and both of them have been killed. So it's an attack that doesn't make any sense. And Pak so far has said that it does not have anything to do with the attack, but the evidence points otherwise. I mean, these attacks have been perpetrated, have been organized by the Pak government, by the Pak army for decades, and the world has reacted strongly to it each time. And this time as well, as you mentioned, the reactions have been pouring in. US President Donald Trump was one of the first people to react on this and extended his helping hand to India and Prime Minister Modi.
All right. Thank you, Vishal, for giving us all those details. World there reacting strongly and India all set to retaliate. With that, we come to the end of this bulletin. We'll be back with more news and updates. Stay tuned with NDTV.
We will keep our coverage as far as these attacks are concerned. And of course, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smart.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail.
You're on NDTV's rolling coverage of the biggest terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir to target civilians in decades. 26 civilians have been murdered by an offshoot of Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Prime Minister Modi's war cabinet will be meeting very shortly to discuss and assess India's options. India stands united right now. The world stands with India. And here on NDTV, from the ground in Pahalgam, in Srinagar where the meetings are taking place, and in capital cities around the world, we bring you 360 degrees coverage, breaking down what is an inflection point for India. Let's get you straight to the headlines first. 26 people dead. Victims' families are shattered in different parts of the country. Security has been beefed up. A nation is united in its grief. Prime Minister holds a landing brief after he cuts short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He's back and he will be chairing a cabinet meet shortly. Government crackdown on terror. 2 terrorists neutralized in Uri. Pakistan infiltration bid has been foiled by the Rashtra Rifles. It's the 3rd such infiltration attempt in the last 2 weeks. No surprises whatsoever. It's the Lashkar-e-Taiba that's claimed responsibility for what has happened in Pahalgam. They've got a lot of shadow organizations, but it is the Pakistan-sponsored Lashkar-e-Taiba that was involved, and National Investigation Agency team, India's principal anti-terror body, is in Srinagar to investigate. Home Minister Shah, who arrived in Srinagar late last evening, will be visiting Pahalgam and the terror attack site itself very shortly. He has overnight received the most detailed briefs, including from local services and unified command chiefs. This is a truly national tragedy. The victims of terror in Pahalgam come from different parts of the country, service personnel, government personnel, civilians from everywhere, and all of them are men. The world truly stands with India, but India is going to test what this really means, because this is a terror attack that nobody expected. World leaders from everywhere, friends, those who've been uncertain about India before, all have been forced to stand with this country. The very latest that we're getting to you from the ground in Pahalgam is that a National Investigation Agency team has reached the terror site. Initial investigations have already begun. Remember, local police, local agency cells have already begun the forensics work since yesterday. They've been collecting evidence. Separately, there is an operation on to find the terrorists. There are various versions about how many terrorists were actually involved in the massacre in Pahalgam, but we can confirm to you now that the NIA team that departed Delhi earlier has reached Kashmir and they are on the terror site already. Pahalgam, for viewers who may not be familiar, is a hill station in the Anantnag district of Jammu and Kashmir and is a 3-hour drive away from the Union Territory's capital, Srinagar. The NIA team is a top-level team, obviously, which will be collecting all of the initial evidence that will go into building a dossier of proof against Pakistan and build India's case in what is going to be a multi-level, multilateral response against the world's biggest sponsor of terror, that is Pakistan. Nazir Masoodi is live with us. He is in Pahalgam. He's been there overnight. He was the first journalist to reach there after this attack as well to get us those first pictures. Nazir, NIA team on site. The wheels are turning very, very quickly. Both in Srinagar and Delhi. The Home Minister is also headed to where you are very shortly, Nazir.
Yeah, exactly. He's meeting for the injured and coming to this Pahalgam and to see what exactly happened and what would be the response, because all these NIA investigation is actually a part of a routine. Whatever happened, whenever there is a terror incident, NIA is the premier anti-terror agency, investigating agency. They have been investigating almost every case in Jammu and Kashmir, major attack. But this is way beyond that. And the response, we can see that from Prime Minister to Home Minister, entire government of India is now devising a mechanism how to respond to this. And it is not going to be the business as usual, what we are picking up. In fact, the security forces, police had information something big is going to happen. It was twice, one after this Peshawar rail attack.
Yeah.
So security forces were alert here, something may happen here, but that time there was no infiltration attempts in Kutwa sector, and that was followed by several encounters there and killing of 4 policemen. And 4 days back, there was input that there would be some sort of attack, some major attack. So police, including the police chief, Nalin Prabhat himself, was going from one place to other place in the valley, but clearly Pahalgam was off the radar. They didn't realize there could be such a major, horrible attack in Pahalgam. So they killed 26 people. And there was one person, a local guy from Pahalgam, Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah. So he had resisted these terrorists. He has even tried to snatch rifles from one. Because he knew that there would be, they are massacring the innocent tourists. In fact, the Kashmir Valley entire experience today, observing a shutdown. There was spontaneous candlelight yesterday evening. There was protest, and the entire valley, including Pahalgam here, is completely closed in protest against this terror incident. This is the first Bandh call issued by a traders organization in the last 5 years in the valley. So that shows the kind of, anger against this terror attack in the valley, and people valley is mourning this attack, but we have to see what would be the response of the government. As Kashmir is mourning, there were 2 incidents. One was ceasefire violation in Pooch sector. Other was there was an infiltration attempt, according to army, that was foiled, and 2 terrorists have been killed in Puri sector.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Nazir, in just a moment, because we need 2 crucial updates also. A, on the situation as far as tourists in Jammu and Kashmir, because there are people across the country wondering about how people are going to get out. There are additional flights that have been announced as well. We'll put all that information on our screen as well. But Aishwarya Jain, my colleague, is outside the PMO, and he's going to be reporting on the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that's coming up at 11 a.m. Aishwarya, very, very quickly, this is effectively an operational Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that's going to be happening. The Prime Minister has already received a brief from from the National Security Advisor, from Dr. Jaishankar and others. The service chiefs will also be obviously at this Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 11 a.m. What are you picking up? Let me just quickly show you these pictures. Aishwarya, stand by, I'm coming to you. Images of the Home Minister's convoy arriving in Pahalgam. These are pictures of the Home Minister's convoy arriving at Pahalgam, which is about a 2.5 to 3 hour drive away from Srinagar. He has arrived. Obviously, a huge amount of security already there. The NIA team is on site. They've begun work. The Home Minister will have already spent the morning meeting with the families and the victims. He's received a top-level brief on the security situation. Please remember that apart from these images that you see, there is a live operation that is taking place in undisclosed areas of Anantnag and elsewhere in pursuit of the terrorists responsible for the massacre of 26 Indian civilians. So that is something we will be tracking very closely as well, and we understand that people are extremely curious about that. Nazir, very quickly from you, Amit Shah has arrived, big convoy there. Can you give us a sense of what the Home Minister will be doing there? Who will he be meeting while he is in Pahalgam? Obviously, his presence there sends out a very strong message already.
Well, the visuals I can see on the screen, it appears that Home Minister is entering police control room Srinagar. He has not reached Pahalgam yet.
Okay.
So to pay homage to the victims of this terror attack, 26 innocent people are there. Then he's going to hostel in Anantnag Medical College in Anantnag to see the welfare treatment being given to the...
Yeah, we've got those images of him paying homage right now, live images.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yes,
as I said, it is the police control room Srinagar.
Yeah.
So he's paying homage to them. So the country is mourning, Kashmir is mourning, Home Minister himself in Srinagar, and nobody has thought this day would come, at a time when we are seeing terrorism militancies finishing in the valley, and then we saw this horrible attack here in Pahalgam yesterday afternoon, a bustling place in the morning, then a ghost town since yesterday afternoon. Everybody is asking what has happened, because it's not killing of these 26 people, snatching the loved ones of 26 families and their relatives. It's also attacking Kashmir, attacking its economy, attacking its image, attacking its integration with the rest of country. You know what these terrorists wanted to send a message: do come to Kashmir, and we have been reporting it since yesterday. It came a week after Pakistani army chief talked about Kashmir being jugular vein, and they are with those who are fighting in Kashmir against what he called Indian occupation. And then we see this horrible attack, and there was already an input something may happen. But perhaps Pahalgam was off the radar for the security agency. They thought it was a safe place.
Nazir, these first somber pictures of Home Minister Amit Shah, who, remember, had held a security review of J&K just a few days or weeks ago. What has happened in Pahalgam has come as a huge shock to the system. Investigations will be happening at every level, but the images radiating out right now is solidarity, is grief, it's mourning, and it is a country that is completely galvanized and committed to making sure that those who broke Kashmir's most sacred compact of not harming civilian tourists, those who bring livelihood to so many Kashmiris, has been violated and buried. This is Amit Shah sending out that message of solidarity with the victims of the Pahalgam massacre. Remember, there are service personnel as well, there are intelligence officials as well, but largely civilians, all of them men, victims who were singled out. Religious discrimination was practiced on them, and then they were summarily executed at point-blank range by these terrorists. Remember, there are going to be more updates, and I should warn our viewers that today it is very likely that even more videos and footage are likely to come out, because we are hearing that the terrorists also had body cams, while conducting this horrific operation in Pahalgam. And we will, of course, report all of that very, very sensitively. And you will see those images first and exclusive here on NDTV, because Nazir, Aishwarya and our teams are tracking those things very, very closely. Only official information is being put out here. This is too sensitive a story for conjecture, for speculation, and for guesswork. The blood of 26 innocent Indians is on Pakistani hands today. And Amit Shah, on behalf of every Indian today, lays a wreath in memory of the victims of the Pahalgam massacre. It is already one of the worst killings of innocents, civilians, in a very long time. The last time innocents were attacked in this manner was in 2017 during the Amarnath Yatra. And now this in Pahalgam, one of the most popular tourist destinations in Jammu and Kashmir. Nazir, the Home Minister expressing his solidarity, committing in many ways through these gestures to action. What that action is, we don't know. We don't want to guess also. That is something for the government to decide. But at this point of time, the priority is the messaging, the symbolism, the solidarity, Nazir.
Well, messaging is very clear. Number one, when Prime Minister returned from Saudi Arabia, he avoided Pakistani airspace. And that is messaging. Home Minister coming all the way from Delhi hours after this horrible attack and meeting Chief Minister, Lieutenant Governor, while Lieutenant Governor was in Delhi that time, he came along with the Home Minister. So then with the officials here, what exactly happened, why it was not picked up in time, because Home Minister was in Kashmir just a few weeks back, and he reviewed security situation extensively and asked security forces to go all out, carry out all out operations against militancy, because Jammu was actually the main focus, because Jammu had become really a main theater of militancy. But nobody had thought this could happen in Pahalgam, which was seen completely free from militancy because of its nature. Pahalgam is the base camp for Amarnath Yatra. And that's why it always is the high priority. And if you see, all its exit and entry routes remain always under the protection, under the gaze of security agencies. But these terrorists managed to go into Baisar, which is not motorable, which is not connected to the road. And so through jungle, they reached and carried out this massacre, while the question would be asked, but that would be another day, why it happened. But this time, country is mooning this massacre, killing of innocent people, and Home Minister is clearly showing he is there with the victim family, with the people, and showing the resolve of the government as well. But, on the ground, we have seen, it is unprecedented. The entire valley shut today. Kashmir morning, spontaneous candlelight vigils, protests since yesterday evening. And as trade organizations called for shutdown, I'm getting reports from Srinagar to other major towns, district headquarters, and small towns. All small marketplaces are closed today, including here in Pahalgam. Complete shutdown against these barbaric killing of innocent people, as we have been reporting.
Because,
it's not,
the point you're making, Nazir, is the most important one, because what these terrorists have done is drive a knife into the heart of the Kashmiri people, the people who live and work there, for whom this entire holiday season was going to mean maybe 30 or 40% of their annual income. And that has been damaged, and we'll get to that part later, because right now the immediate focus is on sustenance for the families, the grief of the families. You can see Amit Shah meeting with the survivors and those who were actually there. Remember, when that massacre was happening, many of the people who Amit Shah is meeting right now have been captured in some of those truly heart-rending, terrifying images that have gone viral since yesterday. Many of these images are not being put out because that's what the terrorists want as well. So we are being very, very careful here on NDTV as far as that is concerned. Aishwarya, quick update from you. The War Cabinet, if we can call it that, is going to be meeting in less than an hour from now. The Prime Minister, the service chiefs will all be there. This is not going to be a general meeting. This is not an update meeting, Aishwarya. They will be talking specifics and options now.
Well, certainly, and Home Minister Amit Shah's presence in the valley is itself a message that had been sent across, that Government of India has a zero-tolerance policy against terrorism. And yesterday, after the briefing that was done by Home Minister to Prime Minister, it was the directions that were given to the Home Minister to rush to the valley and take the entire control of the situation in his hands. The current situation that we are dealing with is, of course, with a search operation underway in the valley. But on the other side, it was Prime Minister on the immediate arrival from Saudi Arabia after he cut short his trip. He was briefed today at the Palam Technical Air Base. And there it was NSA, Ajit Doval, Foreign Minister, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Foreign Secretary. And soon after that, now he has headed to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is resident. Very shortly, it's a cabinet committee on security that will meet, of course, all the 3 army staffs, CDS, along with the Raisena ministers who will be taking part in this meeting. Of course, as you rightly mentioned, it's not an review meeting, but it's a strategic meeting how to go ahead and eliminate terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir. I remember a 3-day visit of Home Minister Amit Shah in Jammu and Kashmir, where he clearly gave a message that focus should be on Jammu region and there should be complete eradication of terrorism from the valley. But still, this has happened. So now, what's the way forward is something that the CCS will decide.
Team India is on the ground in Pahalgam and Srinagar right now. The image you see on the left-hand side of your screen was the Prime Minister. These images freshly coming in from Pahalgam are the first images of the NIA team at the terror site right now. I want to reassure all of our viewers who may be concerned during this very sensitive time that NDTV will not be showing you anything that is sensitive or we are not permitted to show as part of the live operations that are taking place. The images we show you are only those that can be shown at this point of time. So I want you to rest assured about that. I am personally making sure that's happening. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is going to be heading to Pahalgam where the NIA is very, very shortly. Remember, he's in touch on the hour with Prime Minister Modi, who's going to be holding that Cabinet Committee on Security. And I presume that Amit Shah will obviously also be plugging into that meeting from wherever he is. He's capable of doing that. And that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, like Aishwarya was just explaining, is going to generate a blueprint or a roadmap for what India's response matrix is going to be. I don't want to go into the specifics of what India's military options are at this point of time. That will come at a later point, and that is the prerogative of the government itself. The immediate focus right now is on the investigation, the aftermath, the immediate impact on J&K's security, and the safety of the families of the victims, to make sure that they are able to get home very quickly and safely. And remember, there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of tourists who are still in J&K. Their safety is also going to be a concern. So there are a lot of logistical challenges, Nazir, that the government, both at the center and in the state, will be grappling with. So even at this time when when the terrible nature of what has happened is being dealt with, there are so many moving parts right now, like you explained just a moment ago, which is that the people in Pahalgam and elsewhere, the fear that would have spread, the fact that that final promise, that final contract that tourists are not supposed to be touched has been breached, means that all bets are off, anything can happen, and there is total uncertainty now, Nazir.
Yeah, exactly. And Shiv, let me remind our viewers, in February 2021, India and Pakistan agreed on a ceasefire, renewed the ceasefire along the line of control. And there were three broader agreements between the two sides. Number one, there would be no mutilation or the beheading of the soldiers through the bad actions along the line of control. Pakistan will not allow any large groups to infiltrate. They were silent if ones or twos may come. And there was also, they would not carry out any major attack. This is the baseline of the ceasefire. So now question is, will the ceasefire stay along the line of control stay? It is already under threat. That's number one question. Number two is, when Prime Minister cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia and comes back to chair the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, so clearly response is not just an operation, counter-militancy operation in Pahalgam. Since the attackers and their handlers have sent message and wanted to create an impact beyond Pahalgam and beyond Kashmir, clearly the response would be also beyond Pahalgam and beyond Kashmir. On the ground, people are shocked beyond words. As I said, people have been protesting since yesterday. Kashmir is observing a shutdown today against these barbaric killings. And it's not just the killing of 26 people, it's not just the livelihood, but it is the soul of Kashmir that has been attacked today. The guests who have come here to celebrate the beauty of Kashmir, they have been targeted, they have killed the soul, attacked soul of Kashmir. So that's why there is a spontaneous protest and the shutdown across the valley. Home Minister is in Srinagar here, as we saw, just paid homage to the victims of this terror attack. So he's also showing government's resolve that they will take action, because when Home Minister comes all the way from Delhi and to be part of the security review and devise the situation within the valley, how to deal with the situation, and Prime Minister then chairing the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, that means government's responsibility, as we have seen in Pulwama attack, as we have seen in Uri attack,
Yeah.
the response is expected to be very, very tough.
And
we
we've
don't
got
know
a,
what that could be.
Nazir, we've got a confirmation now that the Home Minister, remember these images from Srinagar were from, obviously, they're deferred images from a short while earlier, and the Home Minister has in fact apparently reached Pahalgam. So we'll be getting you those pictures as well in just a moment from now, which Nazir will be tracking. Anuj from our Mumbai team is also live with me. Remember, the entire other part of this terrible story is the victims, the families, the confusion, the fear and loathing in different parts of the country. This is truly a national story. It isn't just in J&K, because those who were attacked were innocents from different parts of the country: Karnataka, Maharashtra, Arunachal Pradesh, Bengal, Hyderabad and elsewhere. Anuj, families still waiting for information. It's a difficult time. It hasn't even been 24 hours just yet. You've got some of those members with you. Go ahead, Anuj.
You know, what is very sad is that from Dombivli itself, we've recorded that there are 3 people who have unfortunately died in this incident. 2 of them lived in very close quarters. I've got some gentlemen with me, and these people knew both Mr. Lele and Mr. Joshi, who are unfortunately not with us today. Sir, सबसे पहले आप हमें बताइए कि आपका दोनों के साथ, लेले जी के साथ और जोशी जी के साथ, जो कि काफ़ी पास रहते थे एक दूसरे के, कैसे संबंध थे, क्या संबंध?
दोनों हम लोग फ्रेंड थे। वो हेमंत जोशी तो मैं बचपन से 20 साल से पहचानता था उसको, और लेले है वो अपना हमारा योग मित्र मंडल है, योगा में आता था, वो बीच में आता था, अभी छोड़ दिया था उसने। लेकिन हेमंत जोशी का जब भी बच्चा हुआ, शादी हुआ, तभी से उसको, पिताजी को, सबको, माँ को, सबको पहचानता था मैं, और तभी से उनका अपना संबंध था। अभी वो मेरे को 10-15 दिन पहले ही मिला था। वो बोला था मेरा बच्चा है वो, मैं बोला इतना बड़ा कैसा हो गया? अरे तुम बड़े हो गए तो वो नहीं बड़ा होएगा क्या? ऐसा उसने मेरे साथ बातचीत किया, और अभी वो चला गया अपने से।
सर
बहुत सॉरी बस वो अपने को बहुत दुख हो रहा है, उसके लिए हमारा भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि। मैं ज्येष्ठ नागरिक मंडल का चेयरमैन हूँ, वेस्ट का जो ज्येष्ठ नागरिक संघ है उसका मैं चेयरमैन हूँ।
सर आप बताइए कि क्या आप भी उनको जानते थे?
हाँ, हेमंत जोशी को हम जानते थे।
तो आपको जब ये खबर पता चली, पहले तो कब पता चली ये खबर? आप
कल अपने चैनल पे, टीवी चैनल पे।
और आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या था ये सुन के? क्या आपको भरोसा हो गया?
रिएक्शन बोले तो अभी ये लेले जो है ना, ये पर्स जो इधर अपना कश्मीर से जाने के पहले हमको भागशाला ग्राउंड पर मिला था, हम मिलके गया था।
क्या आपको बोला था उन्होंने कि वो कश्मीर पहलगाम?
बोले थे वो कि हम कश्मीर जा रहे हैं वगैरह वगैरह, लेकिन कब जा रहे ये कुछ बताया नहीं था। और जब हमने मीडिया पे सुना कि भाई ऐसा हो गया तो दुख हुआ बहुत। और हेमंत जोशी का भी हमारे बाजू में ही है ना, बिल्कुल सावित्री अपार्टमेंट है, उसमें तो वो अपार्टमेंट में इतना हम पहचान कर कि हमारी गाड़ी उधर पार्किंग करते हैं हम लोग। अच्छा। हाँ ऐसा है, तो बहुत नज़दीक के पहचान के थे।
सर आप मुझे बताइए कि अब तक हम देख रहे हैं कि 26 लोगों की जान इस पूरे हादसे में गई है, बट उसमें से 3 लोग, कम से कम 3 लोग डोंबिवली से थे। तो एज अ डोंबिवली कर आई वांट टू आस्क यू कि कितना पर्सनली ये पूरा मोमेंट आपके?
ये जो हुआ है वो बहुत दुख भरी कहानी है। जो डोंबिवली में हमारा जो सांस्कृतिक शहर है, वो तीनों जो जोशी, मोने और लेले, वो तीनों ब्राह्मण समाज के थे, और तीनों को घूमने का बहुत शौक था। वो तीनों शायद फ्रेंड थे, और तीनों साथ में उधर गए थे कश्मीर घूमने को, और वो जाते टाइम उसको सोचा भी नहीं था कि ऐसा होएगा। तो मेरे को आज सुबह मेरे को मालूम पड़ा कि मिस्टर लेले, मोने और जोशी का ऐसा हो गया। तो बहुत बुरा लगा कि ऐसा क्यों होता। आदमी जाता है उधर, और ये आदमियों के साथ ऐसा होता है कि घर वाले अभी क्या सोचते होंगे उसके बारे में कि ये हो रहा है, वो गलत हो रहा है। अभी उसको इसके लिए अभी क्या बताओ, किसको करने का। अपने प्रधानमंत्री जो भी कर रहे हैं वो अच्छे के लिए कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए भी ये चोरी छुपे हमले होते हैं ना, वो बहुत गलत बात है। यही बोलना चाहता हूँ मैं।
सर आपने कहा कि आपको खबर के बारे में कल पता चला, आप दोनों को सुबह पता चला, कि आपको समय मिला कि उनके रिलेटिव्स के साथ आप कुछ बात कर सके, उनके कुछ जान पहचान वाले लोगों के साथ?
रिलेटिव तो उनकी वाइफ, उनके लड़का सब मेरे को पहचानते हैं, क्योंकि मेरे पास कुत्ते थे। वो कुत्ते के लिए वो बचपन से मेरे घर में आता था, उनको बच्चे को खिलाने के लिए। वो तो पहचाने, उसके पिताजी भी मेरे पहचान वाले थे। सब आते जाते टाइम, हमारा घर बीच में था ना, वो मेरे घर से ही आते जाते थे, तो आते जाते टाइम मेरे को हाय करते थे, वो ऐसा ही था।
आपने कहा कि आप बचपन से उन्हें जानते थे, कि आप बहुत ब्रीफली बता सकते हो कि जोशी जी का स्वभाव कैसा था, क्योंकि आज तो वो हमारे साथ नहीं है, बट आप उनको जानते होगे तो आप हमें बता सकते
वो एकदम जेंटलमैन थे, वो दोनों मियाँ बीबी दोनों जेंटलमैन थे। जब भी मिलते थे मेरे को पाँव छू के मेरे को नमस्कार करते थे, यानी इतने मेरे को रिस्पेक्ट देते थे। वो इतना अच्छा था, वो अच्छा था। लेले का उतना मेरे कांटेक्ट नहीं है ज़्यादा, वो अपना योग मित्र मंडल था हमारा, योग करते थे हम सुबह में, तो वो खाली आता था, वो 1-2 घंटे के लिए कांटेक्ट था। और उसका जो भाई था वो अपने इसमें डेली आता था, हाँ, इसलिए उनका पहचान था।
There you heard it from the people of this particular area here in Dombivli Shiv. They are talking, they're still yet to come to terms with the fact that they've lost some of their young friends literally hours ago, and that too in such a horrific way. And it hasn't given them time to mourn properly. We've not just talked to them, but even before talking to them, we've spoke to a few of their old friends here who are still in a state of shock. Back to the studio.
I want to tell all of our viewers this morning that this could have been any of us. It could have been any of us. I personally have been to Pahalgam a number of times. I have vacationed in the places where this actually took place. I have seen it. It is one of the most beautiful parts of India. It's a place where no such attack could have even been imagined. So all of the faces you see on your screen right now are people who thought nothing of going there. It was Naya Kashmir. They wanted to vacation there. And this is what happened. And I want that to sink in for every person watching today. This could have been any of us. All of the families you hear now, Ratnadeep is with me from Guwahati in Assam. There are victims from there as well. Ratnadeep, families, relatives, all waiting for information. The wheels are, of course, turning. The mortal remains of the victims will be reaching their hometowns and home cities, starting today and going forward as well. What's the update from Guwahati?
Well, there have been a complete, this is seen as a day of tragedy. In fact, entire Northeast is mourning with the entire country. In fact, from the region, there is already one person who has lost his life in this tragic and this cowardly attack which has taken place in Pahalgam. This person is a 30-year-old person from Zero in Lower Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh. His name is Tage Heilang, who was working as a corporal with the Indian Air Force posted in Jammu and Kashmir. And what we have gathered from our sources in Arunachal Pradesh government, that yesterday he had gone to Pahalgam with his wife, and there he lost his life. His wife is still under treatment in hospital. That's what we have been given to understand. His elder brother is also posted in Jammu and Kashmir, and he is with the body at this moment. That's what we have been given to understand. In fact, Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu has tweeted about this tragic loss of that Arunachal Pradesh has suffered in terms of the total death count in the Pahalgam attack. In fact, this gentleman, Tage Heilang, he hails from Tajang village in Lower Subansiri, and Arunachal Pradesh government has said that they are in touch with the family, and at this moment efforts are being taken to bring the body back to Arunachal Pradesh. Remember, Tajang village, which is in Lower Subansiri district, is a very beautiful but remote area in Arunachal Pradesh. From Guwahati's driving distance would be about 8 hours, and in all likelihood by this evening the body would be brought from Srinagar to Guwahati, at least to Guwahati, and then either if there is if the daylight remains, then they would try to airlift the body to Zero, or the body would be taken by road from Guwahati to Arunachal Pradesh. That's what we have been given to understand by our sources in Arunachal Pradesh government. However, this is a big loss. This young man, only 30-year-old, with his wife, was actually posted in Jammu and Kashmir, and he had gone to Pahalgam for a short visit when this tragedy unfolded there, and he is among the tourists who have lost their life in this tragic attack.
Karnataka, Maharashtra, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Bengal, Telangana, this is a national tragedy. When you see the caskets that Home Minister Amit Shah was saluting and honoring in Srinagar, and the victims he was meeting a group of people who literally have pan-Indian representation. People from so many states of the country, 11 at last count, who've been killed mercilessly by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. We're getting information that the group of terrorists included 2 FTs or foreign terrorists from Pakistan who are involved in this attack as well. The operation to hunt them down is underway. The grief of victims less than 24 hours after the massacre in Pahalgam means that operations are on, options are open, and Modi's war cabinet, the Prime Minister's war cabinet, the Cabinet Committee on Security will be meeting very shortly. And just to explain to all of our viewers, this is a meeting where the Prime Minister is, of course, the chair, and it involves the intelligence chiefs, the service chiefs, senior ministers, and anyone else from the security community and establishment who will be able to plug into the decision-making matrix as far as what India will do. It's not a wishy-washy meeting by any stretch of imagination. It's not a sarkari meeting, if people think of it that way. It's a meeting where literally the government's next options will be tabulated, a blueprint will be generated as far as what India is going to do next. It's a natural question that every Indian is asking, and here on our coverage, we want to reflect and guide all of our viewers to knowing that that is something that possesses the government right now as well. Because it is not just about symbolism, it is about sending a message out both to Pakistan and to the world. This was a massacre of innocent civilians. One of the persons who was killed in this massacre was Lieutenant Vinay Karwal. That's his picture you see on your screen. He hailed from Karnal in Haryana. And just imagine, viewer, young Vinay, 26 years old, had gotten married just 4 days ago. Just 4 days ago. He was in Pahalgam with his new wife. He was spending some time there after they had gotten married in Karnal on the 19th of April. And he was brutally killed. 26-year-old Indian Navy officer, Lieutenant Vinay Karwal. We spoke to his absolutely devastated family. Listen in.
26-year-old Navy officer who has already lost his life in this terror attack. Right now we are standing at his residence. We have a grandfather of Vinay with us. We will talk to him. तो सर आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आई, क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ जो मैन थे उनको टारगेट किया गया, वहाँ पे उनको ही मारा गया?
ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जो क्लिप चल रही थी उसमें ज़रूर पता लग गया कि उन्होंने मजहब को पूछ के गोलियां चलाई है, सिर में उसके गोली मारी है, जबकि वो खाना खा रहे थे उस टाइम। ठीक है, तो इन्फॉर्मेशन में सिर्फ इतना ही बताया गया भाई उसको अटैक हुआ है, उसमें गोली लग गई है, इससे फालतू और कोई पता नहीं लगा।
16 तारीख को शादी होती है, 19 को रिसेप्शन होती है, उसके बाद वो शॉर्ट टर्म हनीमून टूर पे जाते हैं दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ, तो उसके बाद ये इंसिडेंट होता है। तो विनय करनाल में रहते थे, पास में गांव था, कहाँ से पढ़े हैं यहाँ पे, कब नेवी में ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने?
वो जब 3.5 साल के थे, हम गांव से करनाल आ गए थे, 8 सेक्टर में रहते थे और 8 सेक्टर में ही स्कूल है, उसमें वो पढ़ते थे। यहाँ से मैट्रिक की उसने, 10+2 उसने दिल्ली से की है, उसके बाद वो 10+2 के बाद बीटेक की है SRM अपना राजीव गांधी जो सोनीपत है वहाँ से। उसके बाद वो नेवी के अंदर डायरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हुए थे SSB से, SSB का एग्ज़ाम होता है उससे सेलेक्ट हो गए, सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट नेवी के अंदर गए थे। अभी 1-1.5 साल पहले उसकी प्रमोशन हुई थी, लेफ्टिनेंट बन गए थे।
विनय हमेशा ही देश की सेवा करना चाहते थे क्या, उस शुरू से ही, क्योंकि पिता भी कह रहे कि एक जॉब करते थे क्या?
शुरू से ही उसके मन में थी, ये भावना थी कि मैं देश की सेवा करूं। और जब भी वो मिलिट्री गाड़ियां वगैरह बचपन में देखता था तो वो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा सवाल करता था, ये कैसे है क्या है। तो बल्कि मैं उसको गुस्सा होता था कि मैं खुद BSF के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ, मुझे पता है बॉर्डर की नौकरी कितनी टफ़ है। मैं उसके बाद हरियाणा पुलिस में रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको सोचूं था कि ये इस तरफ ना जाए, क्यों वहाँ तो बहुत टफ काम है। लेकिन उसका मन ही ऐसा था कि उसने 10+2 करते करते भी उसने एग्ज़ाम CDS वगैरह के भी देता रहा। लेकिन
क्योंकि ये भी टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ है, हमें विनय भी देश की रक्षा करने में लगे, तो क्या कल कोई ऐसी बात आई, उन्होंने रजिस्ट किया, कोशिश की वहाँ पे, क्या एकदम से अटैक हो गया, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन?
उस चीज़ के बारे में तो कोई मैंने देखा नहीं है कैसे क्या हुआ। तो वो तो बैठे थे खाना खा रहे, जैसे हमें पता लग गया है उसके बाद उन्होंने मतलब वहाँ गोलियाँ चली हैं, पूछ के सिर में गोली लगाई है, मारी है उसको।
क्या मांग करते हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये, क्योंकि विनय एक बहन थी और विनय,
हम तो क्या मांग करेंगे, मांग तो जो गवर्नमेंट करेगी वो करेगी, जो कुछ उनका तो कुछ बन नहीं सकता। जो टेररिस्ट ने गोली चलाई है उसका तो वो तो चला गया, शहीद हो गया, सोच ले। तो हम तो कुछ नहीं मांग करते।
तो विनय के फादर मदर वहाँ गए हैं, कौन कौन गया वहाँ?
विनय के पिताजी हैं और उनकी बेटी है, साथ में गए हैं, और उसके ससुर विनय के और सास वो गई हुई हैं श्रीनगर।
तो विनय और विनय की बहन थे, दो ही बच्चे थे?
दो ही बच्चे हैं, बड़ा विनय था, छोटी लड़की थी जिसका नाम सृष्टि है।
दादा होने नाते पे, क्योंकि हमेशा आपने उसे बचपन में देखा होगा, देश की सेवा कर रहा था, लेकिन इस समय हम अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा लॉस हो गया, तो क्या मांग क्या करते हैं कि क्योंकि जो बच्चा आपने पाला पोसा इतना बड़ा,
तो क्या हमने कोई कुछ मांग किस चीज़ की करेंगे जी, हम जो हमारे पास था वही चले गया, और क्या हमारे पास पहले भी तेरा कुछ है, वही कोई बरतने वाला नहीं रहा, और क्या आ गया, जिसके लिए हम कमा रहे थे हमारा तो वो ही नहीं रहा। अब इतने ज़मीन भी है मेरे पास, घर भी है, ये है, तो हमारे पास है क्या।
जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं कि
हाँ, जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं, न्याय मिले हमें कुछ न कुछ। ठीक है।
And our coverage continues right after this very, very short break. On the other side, we're building up to the big war cabinet, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that the Prime Minister will be leading. The service chiefs will be there. The specifics of India's response will be clear in the next few hours. Join us right after this break as our coverage continues.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
One of the most searing stories from the Pahalgam massacre is that of Manjunath, a man who was holidaying with his wife. They were from Karnataka. This is an image of them, a happy image that has now gone viral. It was an image of them in a houseboat in Srinagar, in Pahalgam, while they were holidaying. And this was their last video. And Manjunath's wife, who survived, he was murdered brutally. is also seen in one of the videos that emerged after the massacre. In fact, she was one of the first faces that was visible to all of India and became one of the faces of the entire massacre. There she is. Her husband had been murdered, and she was there in that first frame of that video. This is that first video that came out.
मैडम मैं आ रहा हूँ मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो हम साथ में मैडम अपने आप बोले ना मुझे
क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो हम साथ में मैडम मैं आ रहा हूँ मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड
Deepak Bopana is live with me from Bengaluru. Deepak, all parts of India feeling the grief today. Bengaluru, the story of Manjunath has shattered everyone. These images of Manjunath and his wife smiling and talking into the camera, their last video, possibly just minutes or hours before he was murdered by those terrorists, has sent a chill down everyone's spine. What are members of his family saying in Bengaluru, Deepak?
Well, Shiv, I'm here in Bengaluru's Mattikere. This is outside the residence of Bharat Bhushan, another individual who's lost his life in the firing or the terrorist attack in Kashmir. It's a pall of gloom that's really descended upon this street. You were just talking about Manjunath. Now, he, of course, lost his life as well. He's survived by his wife and child. Even Bharat Bhushan survived by his wife and child. All of them were traveling to Kashmir. They were having a good time. They wanted to spend quality time with their family. But right now, it's just grief that's really engulfed the entire city of Bengaluru, the state of Karnataka, and the entire country overall, because there have been people who've been traveling to Kashmir, who many of them, at least about 25 right now, who lost their lives, several injured. There is anxiety among family members, hoping for the safe return of anybody who's traveled there. Right now, efforts are on from each state. There are people who are coordinating, bringing back tourists. There are helpline numbers that are operational here in the state of Karnataka as well. Minister Santosh Lad is right now, at the mortuary. I just had a word with him a few minutes ago. He says it's absolutely distressing scenes that he's witnessing right now in Kashmir. Meanwhile, the update that I can bring to our viewers is that flight schedules have come in. Bharat Bhushan's
live pictures, Deepak, I'm coming back to you, of Amit Shah meeting with victims. I'm just going to check if there's sound in these pictures. No sound in these pictures. As soon as we get some audio, we will play that out for our viewers. The grieving, terrified relatives and survivors meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Viewer, once again reminding you, I'm speaking over these pictures because there is no sound in these pictures. The sensitivity of the families is being preserved. Their very private grief and their words to the Home Minister in this one-on-one meeting with him is being dignified, and therefore we want to show you these pictures. This was in Srinagar before the Home Minister arrived in Pahalgam. The absolutely unspeakable grief, trauma of the survivors who watched their loved ones being executed in front of their eyes, just inches away from them, is something that they will take with them to their graves as well. Just imagine the trauma of these people. It's writ large on their faces. I feel inadequate even describing what the people on your screen must be feeling as they come face to face with the Home Minister, the man charged with the security of Jammu and Kashmir, who will now be radiating out that message that India will not take this lying down, that the perpetrators of it will be hunted down and the fountainhead will be punished as well. This is in Srinagar, and these devastating, unspeakably sad pictures of family members who have, in a matter of minutes, lost their loved ones who they were vacationing with in beautiful Pahalgam, are speaking to the Home Minister, saying the most private, heartfelt things about loss and grief, their anger writ large, their absolute disbelief that their world has turned upside down in a matter of just a day, straight to the Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah. These are pictures from earlier. As we updated you, the Home Minister has landed in Pahalgam already, where he is getting a brief from the terror site, from the NIA and from local authorities as well. This solidarity, viewer, this personal touch, meeting with the families, listening to them, not speaking, but listening to them, listening to their words, allowing them to express their indescribable grief, agony, anger today, is the next step that Amit Shah is taking. The Home Minister, in these rare pictures, these are very rare pictures of a kind of trauma that cannot be fabricated, it cannot be acted. This is the picture of loss. This is the picture of families who've seen their loved ones, their husbands, their brothers, their sons being massacred right in front of them. All of the victims, remember, were men. Uma Sudhir is with us live from Hyderabad. Deepak continues to be with us from Karnataka. Remember, victims from both Telangana and Karnataka in this terrible, terrible massacre. Uma, the pictures on our screen, truly, truly heartbreaking. The grief of the survivors who've just seen the unspeakable happen right in front of them, pouring their hearts out to the Home Minister before he headed off to Pahalgam. There were victims from Telangana as well, Uma.
Absolutely, shock and numb is what people are with this kind of a terror attack, which has really shaken in many senses the nation. And of course, Manish Ranjan was from Hyderabad and he had travelled, taking an leave travel concession, and he had taken his two young children, his son and daughter, and travelled with his wife to Pahalgam. And right in front of the wife and the two young children, minor children, Manish Ranjan was shot dead. He, of course, originally from Bihar, and we understand that the mortal remains are to be taken to his home in Bihar. But the other victim was from Visakhapatnam. This is Mr. Chandramouli, who was travelling along with his wife Nagamani and four others from Visakhapatnam. All of them very fond of travel, and were looking forward to going to what is very often described as mini Switzerland, and it was a dream for him to go to Pahalgam. And yesterday, in fact, in the evening is when Nagamani had reached out to her brother saying that there has been a terror attack here and Chandramouli is missing, is what she had told her brother and also the police in Visakhapatnam. And subsequently, they discovered that Chandramouli has also been shot dead. As we speak, the mortal remains of Chandramouli also being brought to Visakhapatnam, where, of course, the city likely to be turning up to express their solidarity with the forces that are fighting this terror, and all these people becoming unwitting victims of the kind of blind and heartless kind of a terror attack that happened in Pahalgam. Back to you.
These pictures of Home Minister Amit Shah galvanized upfront solidarity with the victims is going to be the image of the day, viewer. The image of the day, because it captures something that people haven't seen for a very long time. The Home Minister is your highest authority as far as internal security is concerned. The buck stops with him as far as security is concerned, and it takes a huge amount of solidarity to be galvanized and with the victims right now and the families. I want to keep the focus on those families, and I'm going to repeat it over and over again because I want our viewers to look through these pictures. Sadly, there is no audio, but we will be trying to get some audio in those pictures and get them to you as quickly as possible. But do you even really need it? Just look at those faces. You can practically hear them. These are people who were... The farthest thing in their minds would have been what happened in Pahalgam yesterday. Victims, survivors, families, many of the people meeting Amit Shah, as you can see, are women because the victims were all men. The men were singled out and executed by those terrorists in Pahalgam yesterday. Wailing, grief, disbelief, anger, a demand for questions, a demand for accountability, all of those emotions captured as Amit Shah moves away his security and gets into that crowd of survivors. This is necessary. This sends out a message that the government stands with the victims and is not going to be diverted only by symbolism. And the symbol here is most important because the courage of a country is being expressed by Amit Shah on behalf of the country to these victims and to the survivors. They will be updated as well. We understand from the ground and from our reporters on the ground that information regarding the investigation is hugely important, because remember that as the NIA investigates, viewer, please remember that each one of these people is also a witness. They were there when it happened. They actually saw what happened. They are eyewitnesses to the murder, to the massacre of their loved ones and the massacre of other tourists around them. They are aware of the faces. They remember the faces. They will have extremely important information to provide to the NIA team and the other security agencies, which will already be happening. And that is the reason why all of this will be coming together in the next few hours. The image that radiates out from Home Minister meeting the survivors is that India stands with them and India will respond. All of our reporters from Bengaluru, from Hyderabad and from Pahalgam, where Nazir is, are going to be back with us after this extremely short break. Our coverage continues. This is India's biggest story. This is the world's biggest story, and NDTV will be on it non-stop. Quick break, come right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
आप been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
And NDTV stands with every survivor and every family from different parts of the country, and that's the reason why we're the only network bringing you their voices. Before I go to all of our reporters in different parts of the country, standing with the families waiting for information about their loved ones, this is the searing image of the day, viewer, and I don't want you to look away from these images for even a moment. Amit Shah has walked into a crowd of survivors, first-hand witnesses of what happened, those who barely survived, who must be thanking their stars that they were spared, but to see their loved ones massacred before their eyes. All of the women you see in these pictures were there to see the men of their families murdered right in front of them. And that is the anger, that is the outrage, that is the unspeakable grief you see expressed straight to the Home Minister. The Home Minister, as you can see in these pictures, is only gesturing to them. He's listening to them. This is not the time for lectures or for talking. This is the time just to listen to the survivors, because it is they who've been there, it is they who've seen what the country is now still trying to come to terms with. If you and I, viewer, are trying to come to terms with these images, imagine what those survivors have been through and what they are processing right now. From Pahalgam to Delhi to Hyderabad to Mumbai and beyond, NDTV's network of reporters, first on the ground, as always, with the families, at the terror site as well, and beyond. And we will get you every update as it happens. But before I go to our reporters, I want to quickly bring Nikunj in for just a moment. Nikunj, these images, you know, no matter how much one speaks about them, it feels inadequate. You know, there is not just symbolism in these pictures, but the fact that there is no audio somehow is making it even more terrifying. This is unspeakable grief, this is anger, this is, you know, in front of the Home Minister, who is simply listening to those families who've seen what happened in Pahalgam.
Well, Shiv, absolutely. This is a somber day. And the fact of the matter is that the Union Home Minister, who is a terribly busy man, remember this is entirely his domain, from the National Investigation Agency to the law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, which is still a UT with a special status, and the Lieutenant Governor there directly reports into him. Both the Indian Police Service and the Indian Administrative Service cadres, largely responsible for the governance in the special status Union Territory, directly report to the Ministry of Home Affairs. So this is completely his backyard. He didn't have to do this at this point in time. There are too many loose ends currently to be tied up by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Right from the time this attack news started to pour in, there have been multiple series of meetings at every level, from the Director Intelligence Bureau to the Union Home Secretary to the Deputy National Security Advisor, who was sitting in the Ministry of Home Affairs North Block till very late yesterday in the evening. A lot was going on, a lot is going on. The National Investigation Agency's senior officials reached Pahalgam this morning. But the Home Minister at this moment has himself chosen to interact with these victims. And I remember a conversation with a very senior political leader of this dispensation. I do not wish to name them at this point in time. And he told me that, look, at some point in time, you have to face the people. They may be angry, there may be angry noises, there may be angry protests, and there may be even heckling. But that's the job of an elected politician, elected leader, that they have to face the people in the moment of their grief. This is the moment of their utmost grief. Nothing probably can bring more grief than this. There cannot be anything more serious than this. He has chosen to do that. He's taking not only the first-hand feedback, but trying to console. Look, it's a very difficult moment it will not be very easy for any political leader, for that matter, any outsider, to console the grieving families. He's trying his level best. He's trying to be with the people, trying to get the feedback, and trying to assure them that whatever may come, Government of India will avenge this. If avenging this can bring some sort of solace or some sort of peace, it would. My sense is it would never bring any sense of peace. But if avenging this tragedy will bring some sort of sense of peace to the families, that will be done, is the message coming from the Union Home Minister.
This is that very, very crucial, indispensable first step. I completely agree with you, Nikunj. The fact that the message being sent out to the families, to the relatives, and to people watching, because this is personal for everyone, this could have been anyone, is to see the highest authorities standing with those families. That distance is gone, that distance has melted away. Standing with those families is the most powerful thing that the authorities can do right now, and that is what the Home Minister has done. Nikunj, thanks very much. Our reporters are going to be with us with the very latest from those survivors, many of whom are relatives of the people you see on your screen with the Home Minister as well. But I want to quickly remind you of all angles on this story in the headlines that we're tracking at this moment. And then we'll come right back to our reporters. Remember that the Prime Minister will be heading the Cabinet Committee on Security in just a short while on the 26 lives that have been lost in Pahalgam. The Cabinet Committee on Security will involve the service chiefs, the Army, Navy and the Air Force, the intelligence chiefs, the National Security Advisor, senior ministers and others. As we just showed you, Home Minister Amit Shah is taking stock of the situation firsthand. These images viral right now. They've become representative of what happened yesterday, and a day later, the wailing, unspeakable grief of victims in front of the Minister of Home Affairs. The Lashkar-e-Taiba, who's really surprised? They're the ones who've taken responsibility. They can call their offshoots whatever they like, but it is the Lashkar-e-Taiba of Pakistan that perpetrated the Pahalgam massacre. 2 terrorists from Pakistan have been neutralized in Uri in a separate operation, once again signaling that terrorist operations continue no matter what. Many red lines have been crossed. Our security forces are on alert and conducting search operations everywhere. And like we said, victims from multiple states in the country. A United Nations stands in grief. NDTV's network of reporters are at every single household, 26 households across the country. We will bring you their voices. India's principal anti-terror organization, the NIA, the National Investigation Agency, is in Pahalgam already. They've begun their investigation. They arrived a couple of hours ago, in fact, and investigations have already begun. The Home Minister will be there as well not long from now. I want to get a quick update from our man on the ground. He was the first there to bring us everything since yesterday in the afternoon. Nazir, the NIA has begun its work. We've just seen images of the Home Minister meeting with the survivors, many of whom were first-hand witnesses. I presume that the NIA will be speaking to the survivors as well, since they actually saw what happened.
Well, that's part of any investigation. They go to the crime scene, they collect the circumstantial evidence, then there would be the eyewitness statement, and all those things are part of investigation in every such case. But this case is beyond investigation. This case has, this attack, massacre has impact beyond Pahalgam and beyond Kashmir also. When Kashmir is dealing with a shutdown, complete shutdown. And even appeals were made from the mosques to observe shutdown and protest against this massacre. I have never seen happening like this before, because everyone feels to be shocked. I am in Pahalgam, not a single shop is open today.
Yeah.
Complete. It is a ghost town since yesterday afternoon. There's a sense of disbelief. Home Minister meeting the victim families, the relatives of the victim, clearly sending a message that it's not just your loss, it is a collective loss. And there has to be a collective resolve to fight it. So what would be that fight be? Prime Minister that maybe there would be some indication of the end of after the end of Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that would be chaired by the Prime Minister. And it's the second time after Pulwama attack we see this type of meeting happening soon after the attack. So, but here in the valley, everybody's seeing how this can be ended, because when everybody was thinking valley is now free from militancy, all-time low, whole focus was on Jammu. We saw here in Pahalgam, terror struck here and killed 26 and injured 17. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. And anti-counter terror operation is underway in Bison Forest just behind me. I can show you. This is the forest area between two forest ridges is Bison Valley, where these tourists were enjoying in the breathtaking beauty, but terror cast its shadow on that breathtaking beauty, took the innocent lives. And there was one local from Pahalgam, Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah, who resisted terror, who fought back and was killed. He was the only Muslim. All others were killed because of their name, because of who they were. So that is the kind of not just a killing, but also a hate crime in that way. So, but here Adil Hussain, Sayyid Adil Hussain, he gave his life while trying to save innocent tourists, and who are hearing, even tried to snatch rifle from the people. And then we saw the response when you hear from the mosque, just asking people to observe shutdown. It is first time people rejecting terror, rejecting this sort of senseless violence, and sending a message. And as we have been reporting, the symptom may be here, but the problem is somewhere else.
Yeah.
Last week, what Pakistani Army chief said, talked about two-nation theory, talking about Kashmir being jugular way, talked about that how they support those who are fighting what he called Indian occupation in Kashmir. So clearly, a week after we saw this attack, and our sources tell us, for the last 4 days, police were carrying multiple operations in South Kashmir because they had an input there is going to be some sort of attack. But Pahalgam was off the radar. Nobody thought there would be such an attack because Pahalgam has a security ring always there, because it's not just a very popular tourist destination, it's also the base camp of Amarnath Yatra, and Yatra is just 2 months away. And as Home Minister wrapped up meeting the victim families, their relatives, and also paying homage and laying wreath at the mortal remains of the victims, he is coming to Pahalgam also, visiting the attack site also, and meeting the security forces. So there's a multi-pronged approach at multiple levels to deal with the situation. But clearly, people have to be on the side of the government when it comes to dealing with terror, while the government in Jammu and Kashmir has no role in law and order and security. But Chief Minister Umar Abdullah was part of the meeting yesterday, which was called by Home Minister soon after he reached Srinagar. So clearly, it appears that the central government wants to take elected government on board when it comes to the dealing with this situation, the aftermath of this attack. But then a larger focus now shifts to Delhi, what would happen in the meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security.
Nazir, stay with me. Images coming in of helicopter operations, movements as well. And once again, want to assure all of our viewers that none of these are live images of any operations of any site whatsoever. Our network, our team takes extreme care when reporting on operations of this kind, especially involving our security forces. So you can rest assured that we will not be reporting anything live from the site or as part of these investigations. Many of these pictures are deferred, keeping in view that this is a story in motion. We've got some updates coming in. Let's just listen in.
कल के हादसे के बाद जो सिक्योरिटी के जो चाक चौबंद इंतजाम जो हैं वो किए हुए हैं, और हर जगह पे जो है वो अपने सिक्योरिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से डिप्लॉयमेंट हुई है। और आपके माध्यम से मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि चूँकि इस टाइम पे जो है वो सबके इमोशंस जो हैं वो बहुत हाई हैं, तो सभी से यही रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि वो जो भी कहें, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया का दौर है, तो जो भी कहें वो बिल्कुल सोच समझ के कहें और बड़े एतमाद से कहें कि जिससे कोई भी जो है वो कम्युनल भावनाएं किसी की नहीं बरतनी चाहिए और कोई भी ऐसा कमेंट नहीं आना चाहिए जिसकी वजह से जो है वो कोई दूसरी कम्युनिटी जो है उसमें उसको परेशानी हो और वो उससे आहत हो। एज सच जो है वो हमारे पास सफिशेंट फोर्सेस इन प्लेस हैं और कोई भी कार्रवाई कोई भी इसमें जो है वो कोई सिचुएशन इरप्ट होती है तो उसके लिए वी आर प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दैट।
The Cabinet Committee on Security is the next thing on the agenda for the government, and it will be kicking off very shortly. I want to get a quick update from NDTV's Aishwarya Jain, who's standing outside the PMO, in fact, where the CCS will be taking place. Aishwarya, 11 a.m. is when it was supposed to begin. Has it begun? Possibly the biggest ever agenda of any CCS, certainly in our lifetimes, is going to be on the table today.
Well, and we'll only report what we know so far, and our team can take a note of it. The top sources have just communicated to us that the CCS will likely to be held at 6 p.m. and the reason behind that is Amit Shah, who is at the spot over there. The CCS wants first-hand information from the Home Minister, who had visited the spot and also met the victims over there. So at 6 p.m. most probably now, the top sources have just communicated to us that it will take place. They are giving time for each and every agency to take the note of the situation and can report to the Prime Minister, who will be chairing this meeting. Secondly, the government who has the zero tolerance policy towards terrorism, the government is in a view that they might call the all-party meeting very soon to take the entire opposition into the consideration, as far as one cabinet minister, one very senior rank cabinet minister, will be handed over the responsibility to take the entire opposition together, and the government could give a brief on what action they are thinking to plan against those terrorists who India wanted to completely exclude. Apart from it, it is of course very soon the government who can also brief the entire opposition and call an all-party meeting. So these are two major updates. Prime Minister Narendra Modi since morning is constantly monitoring the situation with top ministers briefing him on every point of stage.
6 p.m. is when the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is going to take place. Not, not uncommon whatsoever that the timing has been shifted, because a lot of work needs to come in. A lot of reports need to be generated before the CCS can take place. Because remember, the CCS is not going to be a long meeting. It'll be a fairly brief meeting where quick decisions will be taken based on the options, the tables, the matrix of responses that the different agencies present before the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, which is probably why 6 p.m. today is when the CCS is actually going to meet. I want to get an expert view also. Through our coverage today, we're going to be speaking to people who've been in uniform, people who've been part of operations, and people who've been part of the security agencies in the fallout of terror attacks. And Major General Sanjay Meston is one of them. He's also been a defense attaché to Kabul in Afghanistan. General Meston, good morning. I wish this was under better circumstances, but this is truly the worst terror attack in J&K involving civilians, 26 lives lost, families across the country that were holidaying in Pahalgam, absolutely shattered. We've seen images of the Home Minister meeting with the survivors' families as well. I want to ask you some specific questions, General Meston, because someone like you can help us navigate understanding how decision-making works in the aftermath of something of this kind. Now, the Cabinet Committee on Security is going to involve, obviously, the 3 service chiefs, the intelligence chiefs, and others. Can you throw some light on that? Because every Indian today is obviously wondering what is India's response going to be. Now, I don't want to second guess the government or, jump the gun as far as what those scenarios might be, but could you guide us and throw some light on what the CCS will be talking about?
Good morning, Shiv. A very pertinent question asked by you. What all would be involved in the decision making? So there will be large number of factors which would be considered. I will just list out the factors. All are equally important. One factor is, of course, the external situation in the that is a global scenario. And considering the global scenario after this incident, India has found support from all the top world leaders, whether it is US, Israel, Russia, all these leaders, including Saudi Arabia, UAE. So all countries have been supporting India on this account. Number two, the global situation is the trade wars between United States and China. Why I'm talking about it? Because China is a very, very important factor since it is a neighborhood and an all-weather friend of Pakistan. So therefore, what would be China's role? That would be also discussed. And therefore, I feel that China, as on date, may not like to get involved directly or indirectly because its top priority, as on date, is sorting out the tariff wars with the United States. And of course, it has got other fronts also, the Taiwan front, etc. But for President Xi Jinping, the top priority is obviously the resolving the tariff wars, and that is going to hit them. And they also know that tomorrow, if China involves in this association or in league with Pakistan in any way, then United States and India would be on a firm footing to tackle China even on the economic front.
General Meston, I'll come to the China aspect in just a moment, but I want to restrict this right now to how India is going to, possibly make its decision. What that decision is, we'll leave to the government, but how it's going to make that decision.
Very true.
The reason I'm asking that is that we have two recent precedents as far as India's response to grave provocations of terrorists is concerned. You have the Uri attacks of 2016, you have the Pulwama terror strike on the CRPF convoy of 2019. In both those cases, there was a hard response that the world knows about. So in both instances, a precedent has been set, a benchmark has been set by this government. In many ways, this attack, I don't want to get into body count and things like that, but these were non-combatants who were hit by the terrorist, innocent tourists who were killed in Kashmir. So in many ways, symbolically and otherwise, it is a much graver attack than the two previous ones, and therefore, every Indian and lay person will be wondering whether the response is going to be commensurate with that. But once again, what is going to go into that decision, sir, specifically? Like, for example, when the chiefs meet with the Prime Minister at 6 p.m. today, along with the NSA, the Raksha Mantri and others, what is, give us a sense of the nuts and bolts that will be discussed.
Yeah, very true. So I've just given out, firstly, broad factors have to be considered. I've already told you the external situation.
Yeah.
Next is the internal situation in India. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of pressure from the people of India. And the way Home Minister has been meeting the injured people and all the people who have lost their people, this is also going to impact. Number two is the capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. That would be discussed and what all options the Prime Minister of India can be offered in terms of air, naval and armed forces. But most important factor would be the Pakistan state itself. What is the situation in Pakistan? And as on date, I feel the situation is conducive for India to do any activity or any strike in Pakistan. Reason being, because the Pakistan Western Front is totally activated from the Baluch rebels, the Baluch Liberation Army. Then, of course, is the TTP there and also the Afghan Taliban. So Pakistan Army's hands are tied up over there. Next is also what uprisings they are having in Pakistan occupied Kashmir.
Okay.
So this situation will also be factored into. The economic situation in Pakistan will also be factored into. So all this now will give, obviously the Prime Minister will only ask one question to the Army Chief, what options do you have?
Okay.
He'll come straight after these external factors and internal factors are the same. Now coming to the Army. Army always have worked out lot of contingency. See, even this contingency would have been worked out that supposing there is a terrorist attack on innocent civilians, and if we have to respond, what are the possible options? So I'm quite sure the Indian Army would have already worked out some options. They will they will explain to the Prime Minister. All the pros and cons will be weighed. What would be the Pakistan response and all these kind of things. So everything will be factored into, and then they will have to take a decision, and also the timing. Should we delay it? Should we do it earlier? Should we delay it for a long time, keep the enemy in a guess, or should we do it? The home pressure, all these factors would be considered, and most important is, of course, the intelligence input from the RAW, from the IB, and of course from the Army. So all these factors, Shiv, would be discussed, and then I think they will come onto a proper response. And also the enemy, visualization will also have to be there as to how they would respond. Their response escalation would be considered.
No, I agree, and we've been getting reports since yesterday also that the Pakistan military is in code red right now, and I'm not surprised at all by that. I'm not, I'm not trying to trivialize military operations. Those of us who are not part of the security agencies, perhaps will never fully appreciate the seriousness of what, war is really all about. But in this particular instance, I want to tell all of our viewers that those in charge of security of this country will be meeting at 6 p.m. and all options, as General Meston just painted, are going to be on the table. General Meston, good to have you. Thanks very much. See you a little later here on our coverage. The leader of the opposition in Jammu and Kashmir has just spoken with an update on the victims and their bodies. Take a look.
17 लोग अभी इस वक्त इंजर्ड हैं। अभी जिनकी रीथ लेइंग यहाँ पे पीसीआर में हुई और उन सब बॉडीज को उनके नेटिव प्लेसेस पे भेजा जा रहा है। मैं इसको एक खौफनाक मंजर मानता हूँ कि भारत सरकार, विशेषकर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और गृह मंत्री जी, जो स्वयं कल से यहाँ पे हैं, किसी भी कीमत पे इसको लाइटली नहीं लेंगे। बड़े गंभीर हैं दोनों, और जो लोग भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो लोग भी इसमें मुलव्वस हैं, जिस भी प्रकार से हैं, चाहे वो आर्म्ड लोग हैं, चाहे वो जो इकोसिस्टम बनाने में हैं, कोई भी सिंपैथाइजर है, हर एक से हिसाब लिया जाएगा। ये मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं।
26 victims, 26 bodies, 26 caskets, 26 families, 26 worlds, 26 families, 26 homes, 26 livelihoods have been crushed by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam yesterday. And that's why in 26 locations across the country, NDTV's reporters are bringing you the voices of those who've lived to tell the tale and who are waiting for information from Srinagar. Remember that Home Minister Amit Shah has met with the survivors. That's the most powerful image of the day that you will be seeing non-stop here on NDTV, meeting with the families, listening to them, not talking, just listening and absorbing that grief, that anger, and that unspeakable outrage over what happened. These were first-hand eyewitnesses to what happened, and they will be obviously speaking as part of the investigation as well. But our reporters are with those who are at home and who will now have to wait for the bodies to come back. Deepak is with us from Karnataka, Ratnadeep in Guwahati, Gurpreet is with us from Karnal in Haryana, and Anuj in Mumbai. Gurpreet, I want to come to you first. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal is a story that has shocked all of us. I'll come to you in just a moment, Gurpreet. We have an update, breaking update coming in that Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in Pahalgam. There he is. That's his helicopter. That's an Army Cheetah helicopter in which Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in Pahalgam. That's the high security zone where he has arrived, and he will presumably be going straight to the site where the attack actually took place. He is accompanied by members of the Unified Command as well, from whom he received a full brief earlier today. Special security for the Home Minister as he arrives in Pahalgam. This is one of the many meadows in Pahalgam, which is part of Anantnag district, the center of where the terror attack took place yesterday. There's no audio in these pictures. I want to once again remind our viewers, because I get this question quite often, especially on social media, about why there isn't audio in some of these pictures. These are video images that are coming out from the agencies themselves, and therefore, for security reasons, perhaps, there is no audio layer, and therefore that's the reason why you can't hear it. The Home Minister has arrived. He will be meeting with the local authorities, visiting the site, speaking with the NIA. The NIA team that obviously reports to him will be a few hours into their investigation already. So a top-level brief from the ground, which is hugely important, not just of symbolic value, but extremely important, because the buck stops, viewer. Let's never forget, the buck stops as far as internal security is concerned with the man you see on your screen alighting from that helicopter, Home Minister Amit Shah. He will be plugging into the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 6 p.m., which, as our reporter just informed us, has been shifted from earlier today to 6 p.m. In order to ensure that all of the latest information from the NIA, from the Home Minister himself, and the unified command structure in Jammu and Kashmir is available to the decision makers, chaired by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself at 6 p.m. Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, was dispatched to J&K immediately after news of the attack reached the Prime Minister, who was in Saudi Arabia. He himself, remember, cut short his 2-day visit and returned early this morning to India. And he will be chairing that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. Nazir Masoodi, our man on the ground in Pahalgam, is with me live. Nazir, Home Minister Amit Shah in Pahalgam after those truly moving, compelling images of him with the victims' families. Just give us a quick brief, Nazir, on what the Home Minister will be doing there, who he will be meeting, and any other details you're picking up.
Home Minister Amit Shah is known for knowing every detail. Whenever he's always prepared for whatever he's doing. That's why he is going to the last point where the attack has taken place. First, he yesterday held a meeting with the top officials. This morning paid homage to the victims, then met the families and injured also, and then going to where all this had happened. Actually, to see the area. Number one, this is not the area which is some closed LOC would say, oh, just recently infiltrators had come and they did this. That's not the case. This is almost 300 kilometers away from LOC. Far away, Pahalgam. That's why Pahalgam was literally up the radar. So Home Minister himself going there, why there was not an advisory to the tourists if they had some inkling that there would be some attack? Why tourists, so large number of tourists were allowed to be there when there was some suspicion, though, as I said, Pahalgam, nobody had suspected, even as security force were launching relentless operations over the last 4-5 days because of certain input that there could be some attack. Now, Home Minister himself going there, because this evening he will be briefing the Cabinet Committee on Security about the ground situation and the ground realities, what has happened and what should be the response. And he has already, as we have seen, meeting with the people, now seeing the circumstantial thing, what exactly is the ground, how terrorists may have come and executed this horrific, massacre where 26 people lost their lives and 17 others are injured. So Home Minister going there showing the seriousness of the government and its resolve how they want not only fix this case and see whatever were the loopholes, but also have a holistic view of the situation and devise the response of the government. And that would clearly not be limited to the Pahalgam, where already an anti-terror operation is going on, since the impact of this attack and this massacre is beyond Pahalgam and beyond Kashmir, so the response would be also equally the same. So it would be much more than that. As we talk about the situation in the Pahalgam, there has been some disturbance along the line of control also. There was one infiltration attempt which was foiled, but army said 2 terrorists have been killed. There was a ceasefire violation in Poonch sector as well. So we have to see whether actually the ceasefire along the line of control is going to stay. Because despite all the provocations, ceasefire stayed. India Army held multiple flag meetings with the Pakistani counterparts in Poonch recently. So to ensure that ceasefire stays, ceasefire between India and Pakistan came into place, and it was formalized in February 2021, and it was following the Galwan incident because army had mobilized a large number of troops to the eastern Ladakh. Now we see, despite the provocation, army never wanted that ceasefire should end. Now the question is, will this ceasefire continue? Despite the fact is that the main important, one of the three important, conditions for any ceasefire and peace with Pakistan was this: there cannot be any attack in India, particularly such a massacre. So we'll have to see what would be the government's response, and Home Minister on the ground personally reviewing taking stock of the situation, what has gone wrong, and when there were so many tourists, and clearly such a major massacre cannot be done just by 3 or 4 individual terrorists, gun-wielding men, unless they are actually directed by somebody. And remember, all those militants who are being pushed to Jammu and Kashmir this time, they are well trained and trained in jungle warfare, and they don't stay normally in the local homes. And Jammu region, where the strategy has been changed, they have been taking shelter more in Hindu families, forcing them to give them food. And that is another concern, because they operate in jungles, they create underground bunkers and then operate from there. And now they are coming to this side of this north of the Pir Panjal and have carried out this major attack. So Home Minister himself on the ground, taking stock of the situation. He will be also briefed by the security force what may have happened, what they have picked up, as NIA is taking up the investigation of this case. So besides the local response, which is the counter-militancy operation here in Pahalgam, there would be a larger response by the leadership of the country after this attack. Sure.
Images, Nazir, stay with me, images of Home Minister Amit Shah arriving there in an Indian Army Cheetah helicopter that's landed right there at that safe zone. He will be meeting with the local security agencies, getting a full brief, like I just said. Nazir is right. Amit Shah is extremely detail-oriented. He insists on getting to know as many things firsthand as possible, and in this particular case, even more so, given that he is literally going to be the man plugging into the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting later today at 6 p.m. today, in just about 6.5 hours from now, and his inputs to Prime Minister Modi and the rest of the CCS will be of utmost importance. And that's the reason why these images of Home Minister Amit Shah less than 24 hours after the attack arriving in Pahalgam are so explodingly important. Being there physically has its own subliminal message. It sends out a message to the people of Kashmir. It sends out a message to the Kashmiri locals in Pahalgam, who are completely devastated because their livelihoods have been thrown into complete uncertainty now with the huge and expected exodus of whatever tourists were there in Pahalgam and elsewhere. They're all beating a hasty retreat, understandably, from J&K, and therefore the question over what happens to Naya Kashmir, to safety, to livelihoods, to the economy, to security, and umpteen other questions that every person in J&K will be asking right now. Remember, the big questions over the details of the massacre, the details of the killing will also be absorbed and have been absorbed by Home Minister Amit Shah, and they will, of course, be part of the discussions that lead up to the Cabinet Committee on Security. These are pictures from earlier of that Cheetah helicopter arriving with the Home Minister. This is an Indian Army Cheetah helicopter that's landing there with the Home Minister. Deferred images, obviously, because the Home Minister has already arrived. For security reasons, none of those pictures can be shown live. The huge amount of security you see there around the landing zone and the helipad is understandable. I don't need to explain that to you, but this is, in effect, one of the most protected areas in the country at this point of time. The mortal remains of the victims are moving in ambulances from Srinagar, from the site where homage was paid to them a short while ago. Those bodies are now moving to the Srinagar airport, presumably, where they will begin being moved to their respective locations in different parts of the country. Nazir continues to be with me. Nazir, the inputs of Home Minister Amit Shah, who you rightly described as very detail-oriented, are going to be absolutely key to what happens at the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that's going to take place in Delhi at 6 p.m. today. The Home Minister, first-hand, on the ground in Pahalgam, with no mediators involved, is collecting and absorbing all this information. And as Home Minister, as the person with whom the buck stops as far as internal security is concerned, he is really going to be perhaps the most important person other than the Prime Minister at the CCS later today, because he is there to see it, he's there to listen, and he will have recommendations of his own.
Yeah, exactly. Home Minister's visit here is very, very crucial. So he don't have to rely on just what officials may tell him or may not tell him. He's going there, he's visiting right now and seeing what exactly the kind of place it is, where from terrorists may have come and how they have escaped. Wasn't there any security arrangement? If not, why? So those are basic things. Then he's going to clearly brief the Cabinet Committee on Security, to brief Prime Minister about this situation on the ground, how incident has happened, what is the response, and the local response, though the larger response would be clearly to keeping in view the larger picture. And larger picture is not just what the 3 or 4 attackers may have done in Pahalgam yesterday. Larger picture is what the handlers have done. Larger picture is they don't want tourists to come here. And as we see the panic among tourists, they are leaving. That is what they terrorists wanted. They don't want tourists coming to Kashmir. They say, why should Indian tourists come here? So that is the message, and they somehow, if they are succeeding in that, that is what, through fear and terror. So Home Minister has to counter that. Actually, not only seeing what exactly has happened, to also give confidence to people. Look, Home Minister himself can come there now, and corrective measures are being taken. And if there have been lapses anywhere, they will be...
Nazir, stay with me. We've got some breaking news coming in. The first sketches of the terrorists themselves have just come in. The first images, sketches in the form of sketches from eyewitnesses of the terrorists. Now, the number of terrorists is still unclear. It is understood that there could have been anywhere between 2 and 4 terrorists who did the killing. But these are sketches made by agencies based on descriptions by the eyewitnesses, obviously the survivors and the families who have provided these inputs. And these pictures have now been generated of at least 2 of those terrorists who were involved in the massacre. Take a close look at these pictures. This is actually the best that can be done at this point of time, but I can assure you that agencies will also be looking at dossiers of pictures and photographs because it is understood that the terrorists may have made their way into J&K at least 2 weeks ago. They would have had some kind of local base where they were able to stay a place of safety, provided local support as well, and then get to the site of the killing, timed in many ways, as we've been saying, with what's been happening in the country and otherwise. So the 2 pictures you see on your screen are the first images, breaking first here on NDTV, of the terrorists suspected to be involved in the massacre in Pahalgam yesterday. These are the 2 faces. Hopefully, there will be photo evidence as well in the pictures, in the videos by the victims themselves, including videos taken by some of those tourists when the firing actually began. The terrorists themselves are too far away in the frame to see them or to make out their faces clearly. So these sketches have been generated based on the verbal or oral inputs and the descriptions provided by the survivors to the agencies. So this is only the first step. Hopefully things will get sharper and clearer and will play a role in apprehending them, and very importantly also rounding up their support structure both across the line of control and inside Jammu and Kashmir. So these are the 2 pictures that have just landed, and on NDTV we continue to tell you that operations are on. The investigation is one parallel track that's taking place. Home Minister Amit Shah part of that investigation, physically present, as we just showed you, in Pahalgam. But these are 2 people. Now, whether there were 2 terrorists or there were more is still unclear. There are some reports suggesting that there were 4. But these are 2 faces that have been released at this point of time. Obviously, and to remind you constantly, this is a story in motion, so the details will continue to evolve. Nazir, the first sketches of the 2 terrorists involved in the massacre, clearly with inputs from the survivors on our screen right now. The story moves forward, the investigation moves forward, and we do know that security agencies, including the army and the police, are on the hunt for these terrorists right now.
Well, that operation has already been launched soon after this terror attack yesterday, after this massacre. So the forest, these jungle areas, there's a multi-agency operation, army, paramilitary force, Jammu and Kashmir police. But clearly, these militants who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare now this time, actually carrying out this covert attack of carrying out killing innocent tourists. So now their images are there. It would be easier for security forces to, get them, if at all they are, tracked down, to understand only they were actually involved. But there's a larger operation in the area to track them down. But the story is much bigger than that. Will this attack impact the ceasefire, which will end actually? India would eliminate terminate this ceasefire with Pakistan army, because despite all this ceasefire, we see ceasefire violations happening. We are seeing infiltration taking place, and now this horrific massacre of innocent tourists here in Pahalgam. So these images are crucial for any investigation to know who they are eventually, and if at all they are tracked down, which security forces are hoping, because in most of the time it appears they were knowing the area, track, and after the massacre they disappeared into the forest. So it is not going to be an easy operation when you operate in a forest area which has the thick vegetation, and it is going to take time, and we have to see what is the larger response. Home Minister himself on the ground zero at the attack site to seeing what exactly has happened, how terrorists may have come and then carried out attack and then again disappeared. So those are the things which he is going to ascertain from his ground visit. But the larger point is, number one, it has already created fear among the tourists and the locals. The good news is it has united people of Jammu and Kashmir against terror. It has united them against the violence. From mosques, there are appeals asking people to observe shutdown, and there's complete shutdown across Jammu and Kashmir today. From Doda to Kishtwar, I am hearing that from mosques, people are appeal, observe, shut down, and protest against these barbaric killings. And we have seen yesterday there were spontaneous candle light vigils, there were protests, there were shouting slogans against terrorists and the violence, killing of innocent people. Srinagar is literally a ghost town, a complete shutdown. So is the case here in Pahalgam and other towns of the valley. People, this is shock beyond words, and these images would give them some sense who these attackers may be, and also if at all they have the sport network that can be tracked down also. Yeah. So those are the details of the operation, which was investigation that will happen over the time. But right now the government is now dispatching the bodies of the victims to their respective places, trying to give the best possible treatment to the injured, and Prime Minister holding Cabinet Committee on Security meeting today, and his first, messaging was when he came back from Saudi Arabia, he avoided Pakistani airspace. And right now, airlines have also said that they are carrying out more flights, operating more flights from Srinagar airport. Those who want to come back can come back. Bad news is that Srinagar Jammu National Highway still remains closed because of the multiple landslides. In fact, yesterday when I heard this news of this horrible news of attack on tourists, I was in Ramban covering that devastating, damage to Srinagar Jammu National Highway after cloud bursts and landslides there. So I had to come all the way from this Ramban to Pahalgam to cover this horrific massacre of innocent people. So now security forces have been able to get the sketches of these attackers, and they are there on the screen to tell these are the people. And I'm sure the way I see anger among locals, and it was the local Poniwala who had resisted them. Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah is the hero of this when this incident took place. He gave his life because he was carrying a tourist with him. When he was attacked and he resisted, whatever I'm hearing that he even tried to snatch the rifle of one terrorist and he was shot dead. So he's from this Pahalgam area only, that Poniwala, Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah. So there are people who are really angry. As we have been reporting, they may be the victim.
Home Minister Amit Shah is in Pahalgam. These are the pictures of two of a group of maybe 4 terrorists. We don't know that number just yet. We will get a confirmation, that story, and those details are still evolving. But take a look at these 2 pictures, viewer. The first time we can put a face to the massacre, the 2 perpetrators. Religious profiling was used. Men were singled out from the families, pulled out, religiously profiled, and murdered. These are the 2 faces and the initial step of the investigation. Much more on the other side of this short break. NDTV stays with this story. It's India's biggest. India is united. India has resolved, and we will get you the latest. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Livelihood, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News
have been created by the agencies, and all three first here on NDTV. We're putting those out. There is permission to do so, obviously, because this is by way of information and is being published widely in those areas in order to glean as much possible information as possible on these three men. At least two of them are believed to be foreign terrorists from Pakistan, but the entire operation is obviously Pakistan-sponsored, Pakistan-funded and trained and protected, and therefore this is a Pakistani operation. Let's make absolutely no doubts about that. There are obviously many more layers of information that will add to these three pictures that are out, but if one had to put a face to the Pahalgam massacre, this is it. This is the other side. You've seen the faces of the victims. You've seen the faces of the dead. You've seen the faces of those who survived and actually saw what happened. These three men are said to be responsible for it. There may have been more. If more sketches come, you'll see them first, of course, as always here on NDTV. But these are the faces of the terrorists in Pahalgam. The men who had been ordered to break all records of decency, all records of humanity, and to target non-combatant, innocent, civilian tourists in Jammu and Kashmir who are the lifeblood of livelihoods, of the economy. These are the three men who have completely destroyed it. They've rebooted the security situation in some ways in J&K. These are the three faces of those men, viewer.
Hello.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course,
but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. It's one of the deadliest attacks in Pahalgam in Jammu Kashmir since the Pulwama attack in 2019. Well, we understand a lot of big developments now coming in. High-level meetings are taking place after 26 people were killed and several others are injured. Big developments coming in. We will get you that in just a bit.
Our coverage continues not just from Pahalgam, but from Srinagar, Delhi and every part of the country where all of those families came from on NDTV. We are reporting every angle with sensitivity. Remember, because this is a story in motion, there are many moving parts, there are decisions being made by the government, and very soon India's response to all of this, the biggest question that Indians are asking, could actually be clear. Let's quickly get you the headlines before that. Home Minister Amit Shah is on the ground. He has paid tribute. He has met with the victims' families, searing images of him with the survivors. And this is him arriving in Pahalgam just a short while ago.
The first pictures of the suspects have been released. Lashkar Front, the resistance force, had claimed responsibility for the attack.
It is, in effect, the worst terror attack on civilians that has ever happened in Jammu and Kashmir. And that's why the Prime Minister will be convening a war cabinet, in effect, at 6 p.m. today. The Cabinet Committee on Security involves the services chiefs, armed forces heads, intelligence chiefs and others.
Victims recount the horror of the Pahalgam attack. The survivors have also met Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Big update now coming in. We are learning in view of the Jammu Kashmir terror attack, the government has now announced immediate aid, and we are learning now stranded tourists are to be rescued from Pahalgam. Also, we are learning from other parts of Jammu Kashmir, the tourists are to be rescued as well. Airlines have also been given directions. They've been asked to act swiftly.
Because the exodus is very big at this point of time. Remember, the immediate challenge facing the agencies, the local administrations in Jammu and Kashmir, and the cities to which many of these vacationers, these holiday makers come from, are going to be completely on code red right now, because the sudden exodus of tourists who are literally fleeing from Jammu and Kashmir at this point of time is going to be huge. And that's the reason why airlines have been ordered to take swift action. They've been asked to, remove their cancellation fees and to facilitate the rapid exit of tourists as quickly as possible. Remember, there is no official advisory on leaving J&K at this point of time, but you can understand how tourists feel at this point of time. It is going to be a body blow as far as Jammu and Kashmir's tourism economy is concerned, but thousands of tourists, remember, as we've been tracking from the ground, 2023 and 24 happen to be record years as far as tourist inflows into J&K was concerned. 2025 was actually going to beat that record, but after what happened in Pahalgam yesterday, all of that has been reduced to dust. It is very unlikely that numbers will stay where they are. People are going to leave and cancellations will be piling up in a very big way. I want to bring in Vishnu Shom, who's been tracking all dimensions of this unfolding story from the national capital, from the security agencies and beyond. A full network of reporters with families also in different parts of the country. Vishnu, the focus as we bring in images of Home Minister Amit Shah in Pahalgam, he will be absorbing first-hand information from the ground before he plugs into that all-important Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, which is where, decision-making will obviously happen. That's going to be crucial. We're not going to second-guess what happens at that meeting, but what are you picking up in the lead-up to it, Vishnu?
Well, I think it's going to be very, very important, and the government will be looking at all options very clearly now with these sketches which we have up on our screens having been released. The government would be looking at intelligence leads. I think there is this knee-jerk reaction which we see being played out in various quarters on accountability. At this juncture, the massacre is over. It is about moving on to the next step. Accountability will always be there, but at this juncture, how does India respond? Do we have credible information on who these attackers were? Were they local? Have they come from outside? And if so, are there military options available for India? Does India want to take military options as well? Remember, the government will do what it feels is imperative at a time and place of our choosing. It's not going to be a knee-jerk reaction in terms of any action that does take place, but it will be a calibrated and significant response, whatever it is. There are various options that would likely start with diplomatic options and a range of military options which are available to the government. I can share with you, Shiv, and Kitty at this stage, that none of these options are easy for any government to take, but I do believe that it is incumbent upon the government to take some very stern measures, also in a time-bound manner. I would like to add that there is an important advisory which I've got from the Director General of Civil Aviation, and in this there are two words which are particularly important. Three words: ensure uninterrupted connectivity. This is a guideline, it is a guidance now issued to all airlines in the country. As you have reported just now, Shiv, it is important to understand that there are any number of people looking to get out of Jammu and Kashmir, and therefore the government has told airlines, kindly step up the number of flights out of Srinagar to ensure that people who want to get out, do get out. Do not be considerate about rescheduling fees, be considerate about cancellation fees as well. But this connectivity is incredibly important at this stage. People need to have the option of going out when they want to, and airlines need to rise up to that challenge. Already Air India Express has moved in saying that these charges will be waived. Other airlines likely to follow suit right after this advisory officially from the government.
All right, thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. We also have my colleagues Anuj, Aishwarya as well as Shreyasi joining us on the broadcast. They are also getting us all the latest there from the ground. Aishwarya, of course, tracking all the latest developments coming in view of the high-level meetings that have been taking place. Well, Prime Minister Modi, of course, had met with senior officials, the External Affairs Minister, the NSA also in the morning as he came back from Saudi. There's an important meeting, we understand, Aishwarya, that has been planned for the evening. The CCS meeting is going to take place in the evening, we understand. And in that meeting, we are also learning that the next response, how the government is really going to respond to what has happened in Pahalgam, that is also expected to be discussed.
Well, certainly, the Prime Minister has already been briefed by the top officials, including the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Foreign Secretary. And Prime Minister is in constant touch with the top agencies who are involved in the entire search operations and how the relief assistance has been given to the family members and those survivors from the terror attack. But the nature of the CCS that is going to happen today evening would be not a review meeting. It would be a strategic meeting, a look forward to what new strategies would be of the government, and the decisions will be quickly taken. We have been told that the timing had been postponed just because they wanted to get first-hand information from the Home Minister Amit Shah, who had been continuously monitoring the situation on the spot after being given instructions by the Prime Minister yesterday. And after Home Minister Amit Shah will return back to Delhi, he would be attending this CCS in which all the three service chiefs and CDS along with the Rai Sena ministers under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be taking part. Apart from it, when we talk about the government, we've been also told that the government is in a view that a senior cabinet rank minister will be appointed to brief the opposition parties, and all party meeting will be called very soon after certain decisions being taken at the CCS, and then there could be the briefing on what steps the government is taking would be announced to them. So they wanted to take entire opposition together in the nation interest as well.
All right, okay. Rahul Gandhi is in the United States. He's received a brief, he said yesterday, from Home Minister Amit Shah as well. So that the political layer of India's response is being taken care of. At this point of time, Home Minister Amit Shah is still in Pahalgam. Preparations for that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that Aishwarya was telling us about are in full swing. And once that meeting takes place at 6 p.m., the wheels of decision-making will need to begin turning, because that lays out the blueprint, the roadmap of how India is going to react. No Indian can be faulted for making that their biggest question right now. What is India going to do next? Remember that as NDTV reports this story, as it evolves, new information is coming out. So if our viewers see information changing, please don't be surprised. That's the nature of a story of this kind. Numbers and certain details will continue to evolve as the investigation gets a little deeper. Now we're going to zoom in. I want to show you that all of our reporters are on standby. Shreyasi, Aishwarya, Anuj and Deepak. An image that has truly sent chills down everyone's spine is the story of Manjunath and his wife. Manjunath and his wife from Karnataka. Just focus on these two images for a moment, viewer. Just absorb these two images for a moment. On the left, Manjunath and his wife in a houseboat in Pahalgam a day before the attack took place. And on the right, there is no Manjunath because he has been butchered right in front of his wife. You can see blood on her face, blood splattered from her husband who was butchered right in front of her. She witnessed it. The trauma writ large, I don't even need to describe it, but two pictures that tell you the story of trauma, the story of unspeakable pain, agony, the nightmare of one woman in these two pictures. Manjunath in one picture, Manjunath not there in the other picture, his blood on his wife's face.
It's very disheartening to see these pictures coming in from the attack site. We understand this was the video on the left of your TV screens that you see, where Manjunath and Pallavi, his wife, they were enjoying the Shikara ride. Little did they know what was coming. They were talking about how they were enjoying this ride and thanking the travel agency also. We've heard that audio clip when they both were thanking the agency who sent them here, Kashmir, and facilitated this trip. But little did they know what was really coming. On the right-hand side of your TV screens, Pallavi, as we understand, Manjunath was killed. He was executed by the terrorists. After, as information has been coming in, they were asked their names, their religion, and were killed later. Well, we understand now information that's coming in Pallavi also, she spoke to the media after that. She said that she also said that she told the terrorists to take her life away as well, to kill her. But the terrorists said that you go tell your government about this. Go tell your government that we are not afraid, we are not scared of Modi. And then there is Pallavi there, crying, sobbing. There are other people also. That lady in that picture, as you see next to Pallavi, she also lost her husband. She was also crying and sobbing as they were asking for help. We have more pictures now coming in. We have sketches. The agencies that have released of the terrorists, these 3 pictures that have come out now, the sketches of the terrorists as have been released by the agencies after getting the information from the survivors, from the eyewitnesses on the ground in Pahalgam. These sketches now have been released by the agencies. Well, this is the face of terror. This is the face of that attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam that took place yesterday, that dastardly, cowardly attack that took place yesterday, after which we understand now the government's response is something that is being looked at. Well, what is the government's response going to be? Did the terrorists have local help? These are the questions that are being asked at this point in time. And Prime Minister Modi, of course, has had an important meeting in the morning. There is going to be a key meeting in the evening also, after which the government's next plan of action is going to be.
These are the faces of the 3 terrorists right now. There are unconfirmed images that are doing the rounds right now, but NDTV obviously will be extremely responsible as far as this is concerned. This is not a time to get any information wrong, and therefore we will be doubly careful about putting out pictures, no matter who else does that. These are the pictures that have come out from the agencies, and these are the pictures based on which the investigation is moving forward. Remember these 3 pictures. The information that we have is that there were 4 terrorists. 2 of them were foreign terrorists. 2 of them, were local. Some of them had body cams. It is likely that more footage of the actual attack will be used as propaganda by these terror groups in a short while from now. But the investigation continues. The operations to hunt down these men continues, and they were all 4 from the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is not something that surprises anyone. Let's go to our reporters now, and let's put that image of Manjunath and his wife back on our screen, because I want to bring in NDTV's Deepak Bopana from Bengaluru. Deepak, multiple victims from Karnataka, from Bengaluru. These 2 images of Manjunath and his wife that we've put on our screen are truly shattering. All smiles, posing, in a selfie video, in a shikara, just a day before the attack, and then literally Manjunath's blood on her face in that other image a day later. What are you hearing from relatives in the family?
Absolutely, and the contrast is very clear for everyone there to see what the terrorists did to her, because there is a smile on her face. She's glowing really in the other image as she's seated there along with her husband on a shikara. On the other, she's completely distraught, doesn't know what's happening, because terrorists walked into a place where the families were having a good time. They were there to celebrate the fact that their son did really well in his PUC examinations. They wanted to celebrate it together. But now she's coming back only with her son and the mortal remains of her husband. I spoke to her a little while ago. We'll of course be putting out that conversation as well for our viewers. She says she's right now in the police headquarters. She even said that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has come there. She's gone on to say that right now what she wants is security. But like you said, for the families who've lost their loved ones, it's distressing times. Right now, they're all hoping that the government does something, and more importantly, ensures security wherever they're traveling in the country, and especially in integral parts of their country, like Kashmir itself. And here, where I'm standing, is outside the residence of Bharat Bhushan. Totally 3 people, who've lost their lives from Karnataka, 2 from Bengaluru, and 1 from Shimoga.
I will just come back to you, Deepak. Well, there's a message from the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah. He's tweeted saying that with a heavy heart, we've paid our last respects to the deceased of the Pahalgam terror attack. Bharat will not bend to terror. This is the tweet that has been put out by the Union Home Minister. The culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. This along with the images of the coffins where Amit Shah paid his tributes to the victims of the Pahalgam attack. The message is loud and clear that India will not bend to terror and India will not cow down. The culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. This is the message given by the Union Home Minister and the Prime Minister earlier as well.
The Home Minister, remember, has very likely spent the most difficult day of his ministership today. And I don't say that lightly, because the Home Minister is someone who has been on the front foot on this mission ever since the Prime Minister dispatched him yesterday. He arrived last evening in Srinagar. These images, the most compelling, the most viewed images of the day, are of the Home Minister with the wailing relatives of victims who were religiously profiled, handpicked by Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists sent from Pakistan and butchered in front of their families, all of them men, to send out a message really to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world, which it has. It is Home Minister Amit Shah who was there, and he has just said the culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. An echo of what Prime Minister Narendra Modi also had said yesterday, that everything will be done to bring the perpetrators of this attack to book. Remember, the faces of those terrorists in those sketches that we showed you a little earlier, those are only the foot soldiers. They were sent by a much larger, much more powerful entity, and you know what that entity is. I don't even need to tell you. It's in Pakistan. It is Pakistan. It is the Pakistani ISI, and it is the Pakistani state. And that's the reason why Home Minister Amit Shah says the culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. Every word of this is extremely important. Nazir Masoodi is in Pahalgam, ground zero, where the Home Minister has been taking stock firsthand. Nazir, what's the latest from the ground right now? The Home Minister on his rounds in Pahalgam, meeting with the local agencies, the NIA team as well. What are you picking up? What's the latest?
Well, Home Minister have visited the attack site, took stock of the situation, and try to find out what exactly may have happened. Beyond, the briefing, official briefings, what may have happened, how many were there. He tried to see himself what is the kind of the topography, kind of the situation, how this place is, why there was not any security, all that. He met the victim families. He paid homage to these victims also. So there have been multiple places he has visited since yesterday. So it was, as you were saying, it would have been the toughest day of the Home Minister after he took charge as the Home Minister of India. And all these years he has been talking about how he has changed the situation in Kashmir. And it is the attack is a setback to that sentiment and that perception also, and that reality. And people here appears to be really shocked. And it's for the first time in last 30 years of the strike culture when we see people have observed complete shutdown and protesting against a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. There was spontaneous candlelight vigils, protests yesterday, and today trade organizations, they called for the shutdown, and shutdown call was supported by ruling National Conference, PDP and other groups as well. Mehbooba Mufti also held a protest in Srinagar carrying banners.
Well, yes, Nazir, this definitely comes as a big security challenge for the authorities here on the ground, and also a big blow to the Kashmir tourism industry as well at the same time. But tell us, Nazir, are there more people who were injured in this attack who've been admitted to hospital? Any information about them?
Well, 17 people are injured. They are admitted in different hospitals, mainly Medical College, Anantnag. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. But the authorities are saying, I spoke to Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir yesterday evening. He said he has assigned 2 ministers to oversee the medical care for these injured tourists. Health Minister and another minister, Cabinet Minister, they have been made responsible for the treatment of the patients, and also whatever facilities should be given to the victim families. And Chief Minister Umar Abdullah, short while back, announced express relief of 10 lakh rupees to the victim families or relatives of the deceased, 2 lakhs for those injured, and 1 lakh for those who have received minor injuries. So government is trying to reach out to the victim families, give whatever, nothing can compensate. Nothing, whatever you give them on this planet Earth, nothing can compensate. So government is just, when you see whom is meeting the victim families, is just telling them we share the same pain, and there has to be the same resolve to fight this curse. Because this is not just the attack on these 26 people, innocent people or others who are injured. This attack on Kashmir, this attack on India's security, this attack on idea that every Indian, every citizen can move freely without the fear of being attacked, killed, or being injured. That idea has been yesterday shattered here in Pahalgam, which was perceived to be a peaceful area because of its nature, because it has to be peaceful, because it is a base step for the Amarnath Yatra, which is just 2 months away. So when we see such an attack taking place and the attackers still at large, that remains a big security challenge. But as I have been saying time and again, that the attackers, terrorists who attacked, didn't want to just leave the impact on Pahalgam.
And in fact, Nazir, you're right. The Amarnath Yatra that comes up in a couple of weeks from now would have been at the top of Home Minister Amit Shah's mind, other than the immediate situation that he's taking stock of. But the victims are in different places. You're seeing pictures on your screen also of ambulances carrying the mortal remains, presumably to the Srinagar airport for transportation to different cities where they are being airlifted to. Shreyasi is in Kolkata. Shreyasi, families from literally everywhere in the country. The scale of this tragedy is truly national. The logistics of this tragedy have kicked into motion now. The bodies are expected to be airlifted back to different places. You're in Kolkata. You've been speaking to families there too.
Well, here in Kolkata, we are reporting at least 2 killed from Kolkata and 1 from Purulia. Here we are at a 40-year-old IT professional's home who had returned from Florida. You can see there the police sitting on guard, and we of course respect the privacy of the family at this point in time, and we are not intruding and we are allowing them this moment of grief that has befallen. He had returned from Florida. He was working in TCS. Just on the 8th of April, he had come back from the USA and had taken his family for a vacation to Jammu and Kashmir, his wife and 3.5-year-old son. And he was brutally murdered yesterday in cold blood in front of his family. His parents, his aged parents, are here in the home. The Chief Minister of West Bengal has spoken to the family over the telephone and extended all support that is required for the family. Of course, the body is expected later on in the night over here in their home. What we understand is that it was on the 16th that they had left for this family vacation, and they were supposed to return tomorrow, that is 24th of April, but tragedy struck the family yesterday when tourists were targeted by these terrorists in Kashmir. And right now, of course, they are absolutely grief-struck, and the police are here allowing the family to really grieve and not allowing any media to go in at this point in time. But what a tragic day for our country. We have been reporting since morning. Our bureaus have been getting in these stories from across of young lives, of families left broken, and of course all the details of how the center is preparing to respond to this tragic incident that has been reported from Kashmir.
There were other families as well from Kolkata who had gone to Kashmir, to Pahalgam. They were visiting there because of the peak tourist season. We understand a lot of tourists had flocked to Pahalgam. There were other, survivor accounts also that have been coming in. This family group of 36 people, elderly tourists who had gone to Pahalgam. But then, of course, they came a day earlier, and they've been talking about what really happened, the very next day. And they've been thanking their stars, of course. Their lives got saved.
Well, there are three such incidents, cases from West Bengal where, tragedy has struck the family, including an young IB officer from Purulia who was posted in Hyderabad and was on a family vacation. He too has been killed in this terror strike. There's another resident of Kolkata who has been killed in Pahalgam, and this is a third, family that has also been on the receiving end. So three such reports from Kolkata where the terror strike has broken these families in West Bengal. Of course, the state administration is extending all the required support to the family. Earlier, the West Bengal Minister Arup Biswas was here speaking to the family. The mayor has been reaching out to the family, and of course, Chief Minister has spoken to these families over the telephone. So three such, reports from West Bengal where terror strike has absolutely broken the family and shattered the loved ones. A 3-year-old son survived from this particular, family here in Kolkata's Behala area,
We're going to track that, Shreyasi, in very great detail. And I wanted to, echo what Shreyasi just said. We're being very sensitive with the families. We're not poking mics into them. J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President, is speaking. Remember, he's here. He's speaking right now. Let's just listen into him.
They saw in Pope Francis an advocate and I think a true expression of Christian love. So we're very saddened by it. Obviously, our condolences to the Catholics all over the world, but especially back home who loved and honored the Holy Father.
What does it feel like knowing you were maybe one of the last officials to meet with him before he died?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about that. I mean, it's pretty crazy, actually. And obviously, when I saw him, I didn't know that he had less than 24 hours still on this earth. I think it was a great blessing. But, I think he saw a lot of people. I think he affected a lot of lives. And I try to just, remember that I was lucky that I...
First image, the opening images of the terror attack yesterday in Pahalgam have also been captured in a truly terrifying video captured by one of the tourists who initially didn't even know what was going on. Just listen to this.
उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पे जुल दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गेंद है उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पे जुल दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गेंद है
This is the first video of the attack that was captured by an eyewitness there. We understand tourists were targeted, they were killed mercilessly, gunshots have been heard here as the terrorists opened fire on a number of people, a number of tourists who had gone to Pahalgam for their vacation. We understand, well, 26 people have been killed. This is the video. This is the first video that was captured by an eyewitness there. People running here and there, people running around, asking for help, well, pleading for help, but the terrorists went on and continued to fire on them.
And I'm going to play that out for you once again in full, viewer. Those of you who may be sensitive about listening to things like this, I advise discretion. But remember, as the country stands galvanized right now, these are the voices and wails of our fellow citizens and their families who were massacred by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. This is not to whip up emotions. That is not even possible at this point of time, given how we're all feeling. But I want you not to look away from these images. Look at them again.
उमर उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बेड़ियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत की कसम दी इंडिया
So these two visuals on your TV screens. On the left-hand side, this video that was captured by one of the eyewitnesses there, a local Kashmiri, we understand, who was heard speaking in the background also, telling his friend to leave from the place, but they went on to shoot. Well, tourists who were just relaxing at roadside eateries, they were here for their picnic. They were caught completely off guard as witnesses have reported that they heard these gunshots, these this video that has also now come out clearly shows how gunshots were fired. There was complete chaos around. On the other hand side, on the right side of your TV screens there, those are the faces of terror. The killers, the butchers of Pahalgam. Well, these three photos now that have been released, the sketches that have been released by the agencies there of the terrorists who were involved in this attack. However, there is no confirmation yet. There is no clear picture as to who these terrorists are. But so far, we understand the resistance force has taken the responsibility for this attack.
We have a first authenticated photograph of the terrorists that we're going to be putting on our screens in just a moment. We're just verifying that image, taking all due precautions before we put that on air. It'll be on your screen in just a moment. There it is, the first verified image of the terrorists. NDTV's Mukesh Sengar has just obtained this picture, the first image and the first authenticated image. No fakes, no false stuff being picked up from WhatsApp groups and being put on screen. The first authentic image of the terrorists suspected to be involved in the Pahalgam massacre on your screen right here on NDTV. Remember, a live operation is currently on to hunt them down. Information coming in is that they are all Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, and two of them are likely to be foreign terrorists who had come in from the other side, and two of them were local. Nazir is with us in Pahalgam, continuing to track this story. Nazir, first sketches, now a photograph has emerged as well of the terrorists themselves. You're in Pahalgam. What's happening there?
Well, I'm seeing it, such a spontaneous protest against terror attack, traders, shopkeepers, hoteliers, ponywalas, shouting slogans of Hindustan Zindabad and we are Indians. And they are also saying they will give free accommodation to tourists for 15 days, whether these are ponywalas, all that and all these. They have taken this procession in Pahalgam market, which is completely shut as part of Kashmir Band today. This is first time in last 35 years of military when Kashmir is completely closed against a terror attack in which innocent people have been killed. 26 innocent men have been killed. Among them is a local from Pahalgam, Sayyid Adil Hussain, who resisted those terrorists and to save tourists, but he was killed. Let me talk to Asif Burza. Asif ji, you are running the famous hotel here. Why it is first time I see you, in such a protest?
This is crime against humanity. It is not about tourism, it is not about economy, it is not about number. This is against humanity, and I mean our head hangs in shame. That is all I can.
But this whole place is a victim. It is not a perpetrator.
Yes.
This place has borne the brunt of militancy for 35 years, and it is now the outside from the rest of the country who had come here, who have been killed here. Tell us why this protest is important for you, because what message you want to send.
First of all, I condemn it as Hotel Pahalgam, Hotel Association President. I condemn it very disastrous act has been done by these people, and we don't want this to happen again in Pahalgam. So we are having great sympathies with the families of those who killed, and we want this should never happen again.
This is crime against humanity.
The humanity.
Innocent lives. This is crime
life
against
has been
humanity.
lost.
What was there?
There was no fault of
यहाँ
theirs.
घूमने आए थे हमारे पास.
उनका fault ही कोई नहीं था.
This is crime against humanity.
तो कई लोगों से मेरी बात जो हुई, they are saying they may be the victims, but the target is Kashmir, it is image and it is larger outlook.
I mean, it is right now we are only thinking about those families and what they must be going through. Rest, I mean,
we are here to do whatever we can do for them. Anything they want from us, we are ready to serve them, ready to give anything for them.
We are here to make whoever tourists are here, we personally came, we spoke to them just to make them feel secure.
We came from Srinagar today.
We are trying to share their pain, their grief, and we are just trying to make them comfortable and standing with them in solidarity.
So this is more than just a protest. For the first time, I'm seeing in the mosques, appeal was made to people to observe a shutdown, not just in the valley, but also in Doda, Kishtwar, where mosques were used, asking people to observe a shutdown, protest against this. There were spontaneous candlelight vigils. Yes. There were processions yesterday, and Bandh call was it was given by the traders associations, but it was supported by ruling National Conference and the PDP in Srinagar. We just saw Mehbooba Mufti was also protesting there with our colleagues. But here in Pahalgam, all the people and traders coming, hitting the streets, protesting and condemning this terror act, which they see is something which is against humanity, and they say they feel ashamed.
The victims and their families are the ones who have paid the highest price, and the people with Nazir come second. They pay a price that they are still coming to terms with, because the people who were butchered were the guests. They were the guests of the people you see with Nazir right now, who had come to Pahalgam and meant the livelihood of all of those people who were hosting them in Pahalgam and providing tourist services. Nazir, I'm just coming back to you in just a moment. The picture that I want our viewers to look at right now is the big picture on your screen of those 4 terrorists. This picture that's been put out by NDTV's Mukesh Sengar is the first authenticated, verified picture of the 4 people, all 4 of whom are believed to have been involved in the Pahalgam terrorist attack. They're wearing their equipment vests. They are not in combat fatigues, but it is understood that during the attack they may have been in army uniforms in order to access and penetrate the site better. The 2 of them are holding AK-47 rifles, 3 of them actually, all of them are holding AK-47 rifles. I'm sure they have grenades with them as well, because that's a modus operandi of terrorists of this kind, wearing a very special forces look, which is borne out by the fact that most Lashkar terrorists receive almost commando level training across the line of control, and that look is something that this image exudes. All 4 are still at large. 2 of them are said to be foreign terrorists. There are different names doing the rounds, but once again here on NDTV, we will continue to authenticate that information before putting it out. This is Jammu and Kashmir. It is sensitive. Many of those names, belong to many people, and therefore we have to be absolutely sure about the information that we put out.
Well, yes, we are not putting out the names of these terrorists, but yes, this is a confirmation. This is a confirmed picture now that we've accessed. These are the killers of Pahalgam, the terrorists who executed this dastardly attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam. A massive manhunt has been launched. The army, the CRPF, Jammu Kashmir police are on the hunt for these terrorists. The area has been cordoned off, of course. There's another operation that was carried out in Baramulla, we understand. There, an infiltration bid was stopped, where 2 terrorists were killed, and this bid was thwarted. We understand now. Meanwhile, the agencies, the police, the army, and other agencies are on the lookout for these terrorists. These are the 4 terrorists who carried out this attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam yesterday, and the photograph is out here. Well, a massive manhunt has been launched. What is also being learned is that these terrorists could have also carried out a recce of the place before, because what initial probe is now revealing is that this attack could have been planned in advance, and the terrorists could have come to the place, could have come to Pahalgam before, a few days prior to the attack. that happened yesterday and could have carried out a recce of the area.
Nazir continues to be with us. Nazir, horrifying opening images and videos of the attack when it actually started. You can hear a person even commenting saying this looks like a Hamas-style attack. Pictures of the 4 suspected terrorists who were involved in Pahalgam as well. What are the locals around you saying about the attack? Apart from the protest itself, one local was also killed in this very tragically in Pahalgam. What are they saying about who these people might have been?
Well, people are shocked and they are clueless what has happened because nobody had imagined the attack would happen, and that too the attack of this magnitude. Where tourists have always been a red line. What I remember in 1995, there was the first incident when tourists were abducted. They were the foreign tourists. They were abducted by a group called Al-Faran. And still since then, nobody knows what is the fate of those abducted tourists. Then there was in 2005 and 2006, there were a few grenade attacks. And whether they were just random or they... Yes, Yatris were attacked here in Pahalgam in 2000. In 2017 also there was an attack, but it was never that tourists were attacked, then they were actually, religiously profiled and then killed in this horrific way. And what is the message after this attack? They thought people would be scared. That is not the case. Look at this signboard. He's saying, I am Indian. He says his signboards, Kashmir condemns this terror attack. He said, I am an Indian. So they cannot scare people. Look at this, stop innocent killings, we condemn. This is where humanity ended, barbaric and coward act. I condemn. This is the message here of the common people in Pahalgam. This message they want to send to those who may have tried to scare them, who may have tried to tell them, look, we can decide your fate. That's not the case. These are the people who have stood, they have actually already done it before. Though their voices may not have been heard the way they should have been. But the fact is today they are coming on the streets, but only thing is that they are saying how it has happened. There's sense of disbelief because the place which is supposed to be the most peaceful place. Yeah.
Well, absolutely.
So that has come under that.
We'll just come back to you, Nazir. We also have my colleague Mukesh joining us on the broadcast. He's been able to access this picture, the picture that we are showing to you on your TV screens there of these 4 terrorists. Mukesh, what more information is being learned about these 4 terrorists?
देखिए 4 जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनकी तस्वीर सामने आई है और ये चारों टेररिस्ट एक साथ खड़े हुए हैं। इनके पीठ में पिट्ठू बैग हैं, AK-47 इन्होंने ले रखा है, कुछ इन्होंने आगे भी सामान टांगा हुआ है। तो ऐसा लगता है कि पूरी तैयारी के साथ में ये आए थे और ये जो पिक्चर है ये कहा जा रहा है कि यही 4 लड़के इस आतंकवादी हमले में शामिल हैं। इसमें एक का नाम जो है वो कहा जा रहा है कि आसिफ फौजी है। आसिफ फौजी एक काफी डेस्परेट टेररिस्ट है जम्मू कश्मीर का और जो कि रेजिस्टेंस फोर्स से जुड़ा हुआ है, उसके बाद जानकारी मिली है। तो इन 4 जो ये टेररिस्ट हैं की तलाश की जा रही है। जो कुलगाम का इलाका है, पहलगाम का इलाका है, इन तमाम जगहों पर लगातार जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो किया जा रहा है। आर्मी के अलावा जो CRPF है और जो JNK पुलिस है वो लगातार इन 4 की तलाश में तमाम जगहों पर सर्च ऑपरेशन कर रही है। हेलीकॉप्टर और ड्रोन के जरिए भी निगरानी की जा रही है। तो अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक इस हमले के पीछे लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का हाथ है, ये भी जानकारी मिली है और पाकिस्तान से इस पूरे अटैक को कंट्रोल किया जा रहा था। ये भी जानकारी मिली है कि जो हमलावर हैं उनमें एक लड़का पाकिस्तानी है जो कि लगातार पाकिस्तानी हैंडलर के संपर्क में था। हमला करने के पहले और हमला करने के बाद में, हमले के दौरान भी लगातार वो संपर्क में था। तो ये लगातार जानकारी मिल रही है और सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के सूत्रों के हवाले से हमें एक तस्वीर मिली है जिसमें कहा जा रहा है कि ये वही 4 अटैकर हैं जिन्होंने पहलगाम में एक कायराना जो टेररिस्ट अटैक वो किया है उसमें शामिल है। तो सुरक्षा एजेंसियां और हमारी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं वो लगातार इनकी तलाश कर रही हैं। पहलगाम के आसपास एक बड़ा कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चल रहा है जिसमें सेना के अलावा सीआरपीएफ और जन की पुलिस शामिल है। इसके साथ में ड्रोन और हेलीकॉप्टर से लगातार निगरानी की जा रही है। कुछ देर पहले हमने जो स्केच थे आतंकवादियों के वो भी चलाए थे। उनमें से जो स्केच है वो स्केच इनमें से कुछ आतंकवादियों से मैच करते हैं, उनका चेहरा जो है वो मैच हो रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो स्केच जो है जो आई विटनेस से पूछकर बनाए गए थे वो स्केच भी इन तस्वीरों से मैच करते हैं। तो ऐसे में अब जो ये 4 लोग हैं इनकी जो है काफी सरगर्मी से तलाश की जा रही है और इनका सफाया करने का आदेश जारी कर दिया गया है।
मुकेश, अभी बहुत सारे नाम टेररिस्ट के नाम चल रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे। अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियल वर्ड है ये टेररिस्ट के नाम को लेकर?
देखिए, अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियल जानकारी या स्टेटमेंट जारी नहीं हुआ है कि इस पूरी घटना में कौन से टेररिस्ट शामिल हैं, लेकिन जो सूत्रों से जानकारी मिल रही है कि आसिफ फौजी जो कि रेजिस्टेंस फोर्स का एक खूंखार टेररिस्ट है वो इस घटना में शामिल है। और जो तस्वीर जारी की गई है इस तस्वीर में भी आसिफ फौजी दिखाई दे रहा है। तो अभी ऑफिशियल कोई नाम नहीं आए हैं और जो सुरक्षा एजेंसियां हैं वो लगातार
मुकेश, हम आपके पास वापस आएंगे. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Meanwhile, we have my colleague Radhika also joining us on the broadcast. She's, we understand, with one of the families of the victims. There 5 tourists were killed from Maharashtra. We understand, Radhika, you have people with you. What are they saying?
That's right. As many as 6 people have died from Maharashtra. In fact, all of them had gone for a holiday to Jammu and Kashmir, to Pahalgam, when this tragic incident struck. In fact, I am with family members of Dilip Disley. He is somebody who died in this tragic incident last evening. He was in Pahalgam. He was with his wife. He was holidaying there. 64-year-old Dilip losing his life. Tell us, when did you hear of his demise? What did you hear? We believe that his mortal remains will come here in just a bit.
We got to know yesterday. Initially, the news came on the TV. We got to know through TV only that there was an attack. But initially, his name was not declared. So we were in a relief that he must be missing or something kind of thing. But in the evening, then we got to know his name flashed. That he's the one who was seized.
On the news channel, we got this details of the name and
everything.
So
it is through media that you got to know that it was Dilip.
Yes, because we were not able to connect to anyone over there. That was a problem, and the only information that we got that he is missing because his name is not there, his body is not, and later on, once we got on a news, 50% it was confirmed. Then we got connected to the operator over there.
After an hour or something, police came. The local police team came. They informed us, and they were with us from yesterday evening till today morning. They are still there with us. Okay. So they are helping us with each and everything.
Okay. So there are local agencies, local police helping you out, and of course Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister also giving regular updates. But he was there with his wife. What is his wife's condition? And do you know how the attack happened?
We are speechless. We are just getting the information from the media only that this was a pre-planned attack that happened, and one wife was outside because she was not interested to go on inside because of that trekking.
This is what we got to know from media. So, unless and until we meet her, we will not be able to give you the right judgment.
Have you been able to speak to the wife?
Yes, we've spoken yesterday. She's not in a condition.
Shock. She's in entire shock.
Because she has to confirm the body.
And she's not kind of lady. She has never been out all alone. From past 12 hours, she's all alone. I don't know how she's handling. It's been very bad case for her.
It's just the husband and wife who were there. 60-year-old.
60-year-old.
Okay. And their kids were not there.
Yes.
And it was all planned through media that everything is okay, all is good over there, there is no attacks happening, and we just thought that let's plan there only.
Very, very shocking indeed. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, our condolences with you. So you just heard from the relatives of one of the deceased, the 64-year-old Dilip Disley, who had gone there with his wife to enjoy Pahalgam. Of course, wife is fine now. Wife is with the deceased, and of course they will be arriving in Mumbai in a couple of hours. Certainly tragedy striking innocent people. You know, these are civilians, retired people, retired government officials who were also targeted in these ghastly attacks.
Truly horrifying to see those emotions play out live, the uncertainty of relatives and families whose lives have turned upside down in a matter of just 24 hours. It's not even been 24 hours since the attack, and you can only imagine all the questions they have about what happened and how things have changed so drastically in such a short time. Radhika, thanks very much for that. Radhika and her team in Maharashtra, all of our reporters in different parts of the country. The focus now is on the terrorists themselves, the operation to hunt them down, and what India's response is going to be next. We're taking a very quick break. We're unwavering on this story. Come right back.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is
reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters.
Welcome back after the break. US Vice President J.D. Vance is also in India. He's in Agra at the moment. We understand, however, in view of the attack, he's also said that the US stands with India. Listen in to what he said.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. The president's already spoken with Prime Minister Modi. I believe I'll be speaking with him later this afternoon. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last one.
चलना यार ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बेड़ियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत की कसम इधर ही है
Good afternoon. It is another day when India is dealing with the outcome, the aftermath of the most horrific attack on civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. The Home Minister Amit Shah is in Kashmir. There'll be a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security later on. The first images of the terrorists have now been revealed, and we'll be bringing you shocking details of what the pictures indicate. A quick look at the headlines. Kitty?
The first pictures of the terrorists is out. Lashkar Front TRF has claimed responsibility for the attack. The picture of the terrorist shows the terrorists holding AK-47 rifles in their hands.
The Home Minister sends out a strong message. Bharat will not bend to terror. The culprits will not be spared. He visits the terror spot in Pahalgam.
It's one of the deadliest terror attacks on civilians in Jammu Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi is taking stock of the situation. He will chair the cabinet meeting on security at 6 p.m.
J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, offers his condolences to the people of Kashmir, says America will provide all assistance to India. He is in our country, in Agra today.
Condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack.
Starting with?
And obviously we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
All right, good afternoon. We continue to track all of the developments. But first, I'd like to share a couple of important details. Let's bring out the images of the terrorists. These are the first images that we have of the terrorists. The police have also released sketches in a little while. Now, I'd like to share a couple of details about what we see over here. There are 4 terrorists. My sources indicating to me that at least 2 of them were equipped with body cameras to record the movement or whatever the terror attack, as it were. Of the rifles that they're carrying, 3 of them are AK-47 series rifles. 1 is an American-made M4 rifle. That is a weapon used widely by US and allied forces in Afghanistan. When America left, they left behind large caches of weaponry. Some of that has found its way to Jammu and Kashmir in the past as well, and that appears to be the case right now. The death toll remains at 26. The number of injured is between 14 and 17 right now. But the key point over here, and our sources are trying to give us more details about the origin or the names of these terrorists. But the key point that they mention is that of the 120 plus terrorists in the Kashmir hinterland, the large number, approximately 110, are thought to be Pakistani terrorists. Therefore, there is a chance that most of these, if not all, are Pakistani terrorists. This information is important because it clearly indicates that the origin of this terror comes from Pakistan itself. It's widely known, but we will get more details on the identity of these men in a little while from now.
We are given to understand that a massive manhunt has been launched. The agencies, the forces, Army, CRPF, Jammu Kashmir Police are on the lookout for these terrorists. They have cordoned off the area as well where the attack had taken place. We understand the Home Minister had gone to Pahalgam just a while back. He is also taking stock of the situation on the ground. He has also met the victims and their families as well. But these pictures, the faces of terror on your TV screens there, the 4 terrorists who carried out this attack yesterday in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam, this picture is out. This has been released by the agencies, by the Jammu Kashmir Police, who've been now carrying out this operation to nab these terrorists. But yes, not much is known about these terrorists so far. What we are given to understand is that these terrorists who are seen carrying AK-47 rifles as well as an M4 rifle in their hands, these belong to the TRF. The TRF, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, has taken responsibility of the attack. Well, on the right-hand side of your TV screens also, this video of the first video that came out of the terror attack that took place yesterday in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam, when an eyewitness there on the ground had captured this video, and one of the locals from Kashmir, we understand, who was speaking to another friend of his and saying that we need to leave from this place. Gunshots were heard in this video. We've played out the audio as well for you.
All right, let's go quickly across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who's been tracking all the developments since yesterday. Nazir, I'm told that there are between 15 and 17 people who continue to be injured. Do you have any idea of the number of those who are critically injured or remain critically injured at this stage? Nazir, go ahead. You're on air. All right, we've lost that line with Nazir Masoodi, but what I'd like to do at this stage is actually share a few more details as we bring you this image, or these images of Amit Shah, the Home Minister, in Pahalgam a little while back. Now, I had mentioned that the assessment of there being 120 terrorists in the Kashmir area, 110 of whom are believed to be of Pakistani origin. Let me just go back, or are Pakistani. Let me go back to Nazir Masoodi. Nazir, we've got the line back with you. Do we know the extent of the injuries, or how many critical survivors remain?
Well, if you're asking me because of the noise of the slogans behind me, I was not able to hear the question. So there are 17 people who are injured. If you are talking about injured, condition of 2 to 3 is stated to be critical. 26 people have been killed. Bodies of those who have died are being dispatched to their respective places. Home Minister Amit Shah reviewed the situation here. He also visited the attack site here at Baisar here in Pahalgam. But the Pahal news is all the shops and business establishments here in Pahalgam, like in other places of the valley in Jammu, are closed today in protest against this terror attack. And here people are shouting slogans against this attack, demanding justice, and those who are behind these killings should be brought to justice. And even people are telling me they are willing to help army to track down the attackers, because they know these forests, they know the mountains, they know the passes. So this is what, when I spoke to them, and they are saying, शबीर जी आप बता, अभी मुझसे बात कर रहे थे
जी बिल्कुल सर,
तो आप कह रहे थे कि आप आर्मी के साथ
बिल्कुल शाना बशाना मैं खड़ा रहना था जस्ट मुझे इसके जो पासेस है, एक ये टुलियन लेक से इधर जाता है कुसल नाई उसको बोलते हैं, दूसरा उधर से क्रॉस करेंगे मणिपल से वरवन वैली जाएंगे, लेकिन वहाँ पे बर्फ है, इम्पॉसिबल है वो क्रॉस करना। इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ कि अगर हमारी जरूरत लगेगी, हमारा पूरा टीम अपनी आर्मी के साथ है, हम उनके शाना बशाना हम आगे चलने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन ये हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। वी आर कोर विद आवर कोर ऑफ हार्ट, वी आर कंडेम this innocent killings. Faces index of mind, you can understand, sir. What happened with us? We are human beings. We are heartbreakers here. It is not matter of only money. We have a business, but all of us we have thinking about humanity.
This is totally brutal attack.
This is so yes, it is strongly condemn this. I am Indian. They all are shouting slogan, we are Indians. Remember, there used to be slogans that hum Pakistani hai yahan by the separatists. By today, there are protests. And if attackers had thought it is going to scare people, they can create fear and terror, they have failed in this. And here all these people are protesting against this terror attack here in Pahalgam, showing their solidarity with the victims and showing their resolve to fight terror and militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. It is unheard of. I have never seen, at least while covering Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades, such a protest, such an anger against a terror attack here. But it has happened today, and all the people appear to be very angry. In fact, mosques are being used by people. They are appealing people to.
For long since the abrogation of Article 370, that definitely has suffered a setback. And the efforts that went in to ensure that normalcy continues to remain on the ground, that has been, of course, interrupted. It's definitely going to take some time for the authorities to restore the confidence in the people on the ground. And we understand.
Come in quickly with a couple of important points, which we have been sort of accessing information from my sources. And the key point that they're mentioning is that the large number of terrorists in Kashmir are Pakistani. That being said, in the last 6 to 8 months, there have been between 40 and 50 infiltration attempts which have been made, many of these through the international boundary that lies further south of the Pir Panjal range. In 2024, there were 10 infiltration bids which were foiled on the line of control, that is in this particular area, in the Kashmir Valley area. 25 terrorists were killed. But in terms of this entire question mark on who these terrorists are they Indian or are they Pakistani? In terms of the recruitment to terror outfits, in the last couple of years, this is what we do know. In 2021, our sources, in 2023, in 2021, the numbers were significant. In 2023, that number went down to 21. In 2024, it was down to just 6. So therefore, there has been this overall downward trajectory of the number of locals who joined the terrorist cause. Therefore, there is this widespread belief that this is all entirely being orchestrated by Pakistan.
Well, Vishnu, of course, this is important in view of the fact that there have been a lot of efforts that have been made by the center, by the government, in order to ensure there is peace and normalcy on the ground. And since the abrogation of Article 370, there has been much calm and peace on the ground. But yes, as we've been saying, that those efforts have taken a hit. And also, it definitely now this attack in Pahalgam yesterday, this comes as a blow to the Kashmir tourism industry also. We've seen people there on the ground.
In fact, we've got some numbers, Kitty, of just that point that you're mentioning. In the number of tourists last year, in 2024, there were 2.35 crore tourists last year who visited. There were 5 lakh plus who went on the Amarnath Yatra. In fact, there were 2 movie halls in Srinagar and 1 in Baramulla which were reopened. And I only mentioned this point,
Right.
Kitty, because it is an indicator of how things had relatively normalized. The numbers this year in terms of tourism were expected to be even more positive. But after this, there has been a large number of tourists who are leaving. In fact, airlines have been told to help those who want to get out. There's been a statement from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, the aviation regulator in the country, telling airlines to ensure that there is uninterrupted flight coverage from Srinagar to enable people to get out, that there shouldn't be any charges for rescheduling or for cancellations. Various airlines have already come on board, but the effort, and this is important, is to ensure that those who want to leave are given that opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, efforts, of course, are being made here. Assistance is being provided to the people on the ground there, and people who want to, go out of Kashmir. Well, all sort of help and support is being provided to them at this point in time. Well, we have my colleague Aishwarya as well as Radhika also now joining us on the broadcast. Radhika is with the family members there of one of the victims of this attack. And Aishwarya, let me go across to Aishwarya first. Aishwarya, well, high-level meetings have been taking place today. Well, Prime Minister Modi also has taken stock of the situation. There's an important meeting, the CCS meeting that's going to take place in the evening. And what all is expected to be discussed? Well, all eyes, of course, are going to be the next course of action and how the government is really going to respond to this dastardly attack.